Let's have a word of prayer. Father, today we pray for the Lord. And Lord, he's such a great man, not telling you anything that you don't know. We pray for him today. Thank you for Linda here today. Father, I just ask you today that you would help us to conduct this meetings today in wisdom and understanding, that we would be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. That we would ask today for your knowledge and your ability, that you would help each person that labors here today to do a job, Father, for the consumer of this great state and protection of the public, which is our mandate. In Jesus' name, amen. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tony Moore, and I am the chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. I'll read a little something into our minutes today. So the meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission is an open meeting. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the Commission's website. As chairman, I am from Russellville, and to my left, I'd like to introduce Miss Jessica D. Holcomb, and Dee is also, she is I'm an industry member, she's a consumer member, and from Pine Bluff to her left, Suzette Sparks. She's an industry member also. She comes to us from Rogers area. Back this side, Ms. Brunty is with us today. Glad to have her back. And Linda comes to us from Jonesboro, and she's a consumer member also. We have Andrea Alford out in front as our executive director. Melissa Goff is the deputy director. Heather Garrett is here to the left and is ARAC supervisor. Retail Ward
recording in progress.
Candace Riggins, investigator. We also have Cindy Dacus, investigator, back here at the state. Yvonne Halstead, I haven't seen her. There she is, yes, in the red. Yvonne Halstead is our special investigator here today. Courtney Hinton is education. Sandy Edwards in the back, executive assistant. Julie Chavis is the Attorney General representative for the commission today. Faith and Good, and she's not here. And let's see, am I missing? I think in the back I have Chris Fletcher, and also brand new as a liaison from the Governors, Bradley Dixon. And welcome, sir. Glad to have you with us today. And at this moment, I'll turn it over to our director, Ms. Andrea.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. The first item of business is your consideration of the August 2021 minutes.
Okay, so commissioners, those have been provided to you. I hope you have an opportunity to read those, and we entertain a motion for their approval. Have a motion approved. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Both same side. Minutes approved.
Thank you, commissioners. The next item of business is the financial report for the month of August, which you have there in your binders. On the revenue reconciliation, you can see our total receipts for the month, including revenue not processed through reels, is $180,040.27. On the general fund financial statement balance sheet, the next page, our beginning fund balance for fiscal year 22, $1,761,701. We have a net increase to the fund of $47,911 so far this year. You can see our total revenue on line 23 is at $312,680, which is up significantly from last year to date. Quite a bit of that we're seeing in our application fees and our renewal license fees. So we're seeing more people renew a little bit earlier this year, but we're also seeing more people renew because there are more people this year to renew. So, and applications are, application fees are down year to date, but we are continuing to see application numbers trend upward. For our expenditures, you'll see $264,769 on line 29. And then on the next page, you can see a breakdown of our revenue and our expenses. So if you have any questions about the general fund, I'm happy to answer those.
So, Andrea, I'm back to item 29, expenditures, the difference between last year, today, and this year. Let's just say $50,000. Is that because we're at 100% payroll?
Yes, so there are three factors at play there. One is that we're back much closer to full staff than we were this time last year. We have already had what I call magic month, where we have 3 payroll cycles in 1 month. And I'm not sure if that happened by this point last year or not. And then the third is our other expenditures on line 26. In general, some of our operating expenses are up because we have more people on site and in the building than we did this time last year.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions?
Okay, moving on to the recovery fund balance sheet. In cash, we have $791,897. Our investments are at $90,000. I am still working on getting information about converting some of our cash to investment. Accounts receivable are at $301,105. For a total fund balance at end of month of $1,183,074. We'll see our year-to-date expenses are fairly well in keeping, or our year-to-date revenue, I'm sorry, are fairly well in keeping with last year-to-date. And so are our expenses, which are 0 at this point. And we have collected a total of $1,290.64 in repayment to the recovery fund this year-to-date. And we're also working on an abatement package to write off some of these old debts. So my plan is to have that done by, certainly by the end of the second quarter of this year.
Other than the payments we're getting on return or by March, are most of those, when we do get payments for those tax intercepts?
Yes, at this point, any of these accounts that have been kept on the books were to allow potential repayments of the tax sale.
So have we had any true damage this year to the fund as far as expenses writing off? Anything that hasn't been
So
recaptured?
anything that you all have ordered so far this year? No, my understanding is anything that's been ordered has been paid by the respondents.
Okay. I'm just curious to make sure that's the case. And then I still don't see, have we charged the brochure? I have a guest here that need to hear this conversation. The wonderful brochure that went out, and is there any, we were charging, I guess, recovery.
Yes.
And we have another one that's coming out.
Yes, we do. We do have a mysterious brochure that's coming out in the next month or so, and that will come out of the recovery fund.
Okay, so we did charge the one against the first one?
We did not in fiscal year 21, but we will in fiscal year 22.
So we're gonna pick that up
Yes, sir.
this next one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, which is where it should go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, questions on the financials? Do we need a motion on both of those now?
Both or just all together is fine.
Okay, so let's just do it all together. Will I hear a motion for all financial report? Motion to approve financials, all likewise, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Financials approved.
Okay, next we have a broker waiver request that I'm going to hand out to you. Mr. Iceland, if I could ask you to come to the front.
Mr. Ison, can you come to this table right over here, please, sir?
And who's presenting this?
Well, I will present it in the sense that I will tell you that you've got a well-reasoned broker experience waiver request in front of you. And if you'd like to take a moment to review that, the requestee, Mr. Gary Isom, is here to answer any questions that you may have about his request.
So Commissioners, just briefly a moment, then we'll take any questions. All right, Commissioners, I think you've read that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Good job, Mr. Isom. Thank you, sir. Anything you'd like to add with that?
Well, just, as you can see, most of it's education, like it's the experience, right? Consideration as for my experience as the executive director in other positions that were mentioned. All for a waiver of the 2-year extension. Just a couple of things that I thought I was writing the application, sitting at the desk of the executive director, and other positions, and chief investigator on that. And we always encouraged firms to have a backup for something happened. Sitting in the executive director seat at the time, I wish I knew somebody who could tell me there was an incapacitated brother there. It'd be nice to be able to call in somebody and say, we need you to go in there for a few days, a week, or just our supervision. That's one of those kind of opportunities, needs that I would avail myself. I know broker waiver requests are something that are not likely given, but I think I also know the reason for that is that not everyone realizes the demands, the responsibilities. And set in the executive director seat 10 years, I think, the expectations are, what the demands are, and therefore I don't know. I would not ask for this way. I understood that.
Very well. Commissioners, questions? Any motion? Trustees, motion is to approve the waiver. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Waiver granted.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Isom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission.
You're welcome.
You all didn't give him here a hard enough time. Okay, thank you so much, commissioners. Next, we have just a handful of consent orders for your consideration, so I will let Ms. Garrett kick that off.
So the commissioners, we will not be considering consent orders 3682 at this time. So you can strike that.
That's the first one on the
That's
list.
the first one on the list. So the first one that you will consider is 3717. If Candace is going to hand those out to you. for you to review, and then I'll be happy to answer questions.
Are you presenting all of these individually, Ms. Garrett?
No. There were 3717, 3718 are individual. They will be presented by themselves. 3722, 23, and 25 will be in a group, and then 3733 will be separate.
Okay, very good. So we'll, take a moment to read the consent order. Will you be presenting all of these, Ms. Garrett?
The first three, yes,
Okay, so we'll come back and use this moment.
yes.
So, Ms. Garrett, I would caution you on this one. It is so redacted, it makes me hard to follow the trail.
Okay,
So if you can be fairly, specific, please. I am somewhat lost on that, this page back.
Okay.
Help us.
so, in this case, the principal broker of the firm left the firm and became an executive broker of a second firm. So firm A, the person had been a principal broker of that firm, they controlled the Facebook page, the website, the telephone numbers, all of that. They decided, without much warning to the other persons in the firm, to transfer to a new firm. When they transferred to the new firm, they did not release control of the website, the Facebook page, and the phone number still routed, the phone number for the firm still routed to the principal broker that left. The new principal broker of the first firm attempted to get the previous principal broker to relinquish control of the social media, the website, the phone number, and was not successful until after the complaint was filed and we began the investigation. At this time, all of that information has now, and control of social media and the phone number has been turned over to the current principal broker of the firm.
And so the order that would put the penalty at $500 for the violation of 10.5, is that correct?
Yes,
That's the charges. Okay. And the consent order has been fully agreed to if we so approve. Is that right? Everybody's agreed to it?
yes.
Okay. Commissioners. Thank you, us now. I think that's a good explanation. Thank you, Ms. Garrett. Thoughts, questions for her? Hearing none, I need a motion. Steve Holcomb has made a motion to approve. All in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Any disapprove? Hearing none.
So the next consent order is 3718, and Candace will hand that out to you, and I will be ready to give you a summary and answer questions if you have them after you've had a chance to read it.
Okay. Commissioner, take a few minutes to read. Sheriff, just back to you again now.
Thank you,
All right.
Chairman. In this case, a principal broker who was acting as a dual agent in the sale of a property accepted $400 from the sellers of the property to have the property professionally cleaned. The principal broker deposited those funds into a personal bank account and then wrote a check to a cleaning service from her personal account. The sellers then questioned whether or not the property had been cleaned. And the broker at that point could not provide a receipt as proof that those funds had actually been paid to a cleaning service. Since that time, through the course of the investigation, the respondent was able to provide a copy of the payment to the cleaning service. But we believe it was improper for the principal broker to take those funds that belong to the seller and place them in a personal account for payment for services.
Did the investigator see the check, the evidence that the payment had been made for the service to render?
Yes,
Was that 400? Amount?
I believe so. Hold on just a second. Yes, it was for the full amount.
Was the deposit into the broker account or in the individual, in the individual's account, personal account?
Personal account, not the firm's operating account, and
Okay.
not the firm's trust account.
Commissioners, this was a principal broker, and so yes, as Heather said, the check was deposited into the principal broker's personal account. And I have worked with this principal broker, as have the investigators, and this principal broker is very, very eager to correct the issue. And before the consent order was even presented to you all, they were wanting to know what education they needed to take. So they are well aware of the error here and eager to make it right.
Was there a time drift between the time that the worker was asked to have the cleaning done and the actual time that it was actually completed?
It was less than 1 week.
Okay, that's pretty. All right, somewhat unusual. Do I have a motion? Okay, Mr. Sparks, motion is to approve the consent. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Then we're approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So we have 3 now in the next one, is that correct?
Yes, Candace is gonna hand out number 3723. Just as a reminder to you all, these next 3 that we will do as a group are 3722, 3723, 3725. They all involve principal brokers who had a failure to renew, and either renewed late multiple times or renewed late while having licensees licensed under them.
And just so again, all 3 of these are identical, basically, correct?
Yes, and they fall in keeping with the other consent agreements that you all have approved for these situations.
And these are the repeat offenders. Not the first time. So $350.
Yes,
Anything about these specifically that you need to share with commissioners?
no, sir.
Okay, commissioners, any specific questions? Okay, do I have a motion? Mr. Prunty says motion to approve consent order. All in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you. We will now be presenting consent order 3733. It is an applicant consent order, so Cindy Dykes will be handing those out, and Candace will come to the table to answer questions and give you a summary at the appropriate time.
So while these are being passed out, Candace, I'll carry your head of town. We do have Commissioner Prunty back today. It's better to be prepared. Questions?
Oh, my goodness.
She'll be coming here. in
Like, I'm
just a
ready.
minute, so,
I read the paragraph and everything, I'm
just
ready.
get ready. Get ready. All right, commissioners, we'll take a few minutes and be done with these questions. You ready?
Ready?
All right. So, Commissioner's questions. Any other charges? This person have any other battery charges, anything?
No, this is the only charge that this applicant has, this applicant was actually expecting on October fifth, and does not have a control over as we get, because they were a little worried about the consent order, but I assured the applicant that everything was okay.
Did they say exactly why they checked paragraph 5 as no on the application,
I guess it is just a guesstimate, but no, she did not, or the applicant did not, but with it being a charge from 18 years ago, it could have just slipped their mind.
All right, need a motion, Commissioner? Approve or disapprove? Motion to approve, Bill. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. Any disapprove? Okay. Motion carried.
Thank you.
And then
You
more
did a
than,
good job.
That is all of the consent orders for today.
All right, so Commissioner, well, then let's go down to number 5. I have legislation law and rules update, is that correct? So,
Yes, that is correct, Chairman Moore. Deputy Director Goff is passing the packet out to you now. This is our proposed rules package in response to acts of the 2021 regular session that require rulemaking. Just to give you a high level summary, there are 5 acts included with a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that correct? 7 either amended or new rules. The first is Act 135, which is automatic licensure for uniformed service members, veterans, and their spouses. We have most of this language in place from Act 820 of 2019. However, there were changes to that section of the code that need to be reflected in our rules. And so that's where we've made those changes. There is one addition from Act 135 that allows some latitude for a deployed uniformed service member when it comes to license renewals and continuing education requirements. Our language here follows the model language developed by the Attorney General's office. The next is Act 725. This will be a new rule, 3.4. Act 725 creates fee waivers for applicants who are receiving certain public assistance or who meet income requirements. And there is rulemaking required. This will be a fee waiver of the initial application fee. So when they first apply for examination, the $50 application fee can be waived if they are receiving one of these public assistance from one of the funds or from one of the programs, such as TANF, SNAP, that sort of thing. And then if their income, I want to say, is 200% or less of the federal poverty guidelines, then they'll qualify for a fee waiver. Then we have Rule 13.1 for Act 733 of 2021, which was the Timeshare Interest Transfer Service Providers Act. This will just create a fee, a registration and renewal fee for those providers, as well as it setting a bond amount for those entities. Act 746, which stipulates that individuals who hold the federal form I-766, which is a work permit, can qualify for licensure. Our position has always been that they do qualify for licensure, but the act does require rulemaking, so we've included it in our packet. The department as a whole has taken the position that rulemaking may not be necessary for the licensing entities, because we all we all already allow this, and they have requested exemption from that. However, I thought it prudent to go ahead and include it in our package. This bill was sponsored by Representative Penzo and Senator Hester, and so I would like to do what we can to support their efforts.
So will we be able to post that information on our website, et cetera, and if so, at what time?
Certainly. So as soon as you all approve these rules, we can go ahead and, well, I believe I'll have to submit these to the department, and they'll have to be reviewed by the department and by the governor's office. And then once we've been given the green light from the governor's office, we'll be able to make it public that we're pursuing these rule changes.
Will we have to have a public hearing on these?
Yes.
First, like, we'll have that, this winter, I'm assuming, maybe?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, very good, keep going.
Thank you. And then the final rule is Act 748 of 2021. This amended rules regarding criminal background checks and waiver requests. Essentially what this did was it amended Act 990 of 2019, which set forth permanently disqualifying offenses and disqualifying offenses that require waivers. This act did away with permanently disqualifying offenses. And so now they're all considered disqualifying offenses that require a waiver. So we modified our language in the rule to reflect that change.
So most of these commissioners, we have discussed at some point in time. I'm assuming you need one motion that would encapsulate all of these.
Yes, sir.
So any thoughts, questions? Even on the motion to approve in totality. Mr. Sparks, all in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. All done.
Thank you so much. I'll get these submitted and.
Okay, yes, well done. Okay, so, number 6, I think, on our itinerary.
Yes, sir. So I wanted to give you all an update on the Arkansas Real Estate Foundation. The foundation is more or less winding down. You know, well, just for context, in our statute and our rules, there is a provision whereby a principal broker can have an interest-bearing trust account if that interest is diverted to a nonprofit organization that is more or less, I guess, sponsored or overseen by the Real Estate Commission, and that is the Arkansas Real Estate Foundation. And for years, it has done really great work. They have funded scholarships. They have funded housing projects. They've done quite a bit. But participation in the program has been dwindling, and they are at a point now where they have almost expended all the funds that they have on hand, and so they are looking to go ahead and wind down. So I have visited with Julie Chavis about how to advise them on wrapping things up, and so I will be giving them some guidance here in the next week or so. So I just wanted to let you know that that's coming, and at a certain point, I may be coming to you with action that they've taken to dissolve the foundation.
Okay. Questions? Anything? And it's inevitable with the life purse money average transactions anymore. That's the funding source. We borrowed that many years ago from the attorneys that we stole that out of them. It was very functional for a long period of time, but as the transactions have migrated so far away from earnest money anymore, there's no money there to get interest. Interest yields are extremely low, except for interest. And so nothing. And so it's just not true.
I would also just add that because the way it was set up was so clear cut, I believe this banding is gonna be very clear cut. I don't think there's gonna be any obstacles, and, Andrea called me and we looked at the law together, and I just don't think it's gonna be any type of a complicated procedure. Of course, everything will be documented, and if anything came up, we can show how we handled the situation, so.
Very good. Any of that money, I'd like to, the foundation was always so focused on supposed education. And so anything that we can do to further education, and educator retreat, educator, a special class, anything like that, I would encourage for monies to go toward.
And if I recall, it's not a great deal of money.
When the last figure I got was just shy of, or just over 3,000, I think.
Okay. All right, number 7, report on education group.
So Chairman, I was gonna see if you might want to go ahead and either consider a different item on the agenda or get set up for our 10 o'clock hearing, since I anticipate the education improvement report.
That's going to take a while, isn't it? Thank you for that. I think that's a grand idea. So let's break out and let you get set up, and we'll start back at 10 with our first half. Okay.
I say, take your time. Yes. I believe she is excellent at the way I'm good. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning, man. How are you? What? Oh.
So.
So they fill me in the middle. So, let's go ahead and get started. Time is now 10 o'clock. And I would like to read this into our script today. Arkansas Real Estate Commission open meeting statement. All participants and attendees to this public meeting, of Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. My name is Tony Moore. I am the chairman of the commission. I'm an industry member from Russell. And today I'd like to introduce you to a few of the people that may be taking an active role in your hearing, okay? So starting on my left, Dee Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb is a consumer member. She comes to us from Pine Bluff. Beside Ms. Holcomb, Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is an industry member, and she comes to us from Rogers. To my right is Linda Prunty. She is a consumer member from Jonesboro. And some of the other folks, Ms. Andrea Alford, I do not see her here. Melissa Goff is in the back, and she's the deputy director. Heather Garrett is also back here, and she's the REC supervisor. Udell Ward, I don't see Udell in the room. Candace Riggins up here. That's not Heather Garrett, that's Candace Riggins, and she's an investigator. Cindy's not in the room. Yvonne Halstead is here behind us right there, investigator. Sandy Edgar's not in the room. Faith Bixby is our reporter today, and Charles Moulton is our hearing officer. And the only one I missed is Julie Chavis, and that is our representative from the Attorney General's office. I will turn it over to Charles at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. This is Stalin from the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. In the matter of Jessica Ashley McCoy, applicant FH number 3731. Ms. Chavis, would you please identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an assistant attorney general, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. McCoy, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jessica McCoy.
All right, and who do you have with you here this morning?
My grandmother is a real estate agent.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't know if you've ever been in an administrative hearing before, ma'am, have you?
No, sir.
All right, so let me explain to you what's gonna happen and how things are gonna work. Because you're asking for a waiver in front of the commission, that means that you have what we call technically the bargain, which means that you get to go first. And so you're going to explain to the commission why you think a waiver is appropriate and necessary. I would imagine Ms. Chavis may ask you some questions, and it's a little bit different from what you would see in a typical corporate proceeding, because the commissioners, who are function as essentially the jury, they're probably going to ask you some questions as well. They'll probably ask some questions of your broker as well. We'll listen to her and hear her testify. It'll be the same process all over again. And then what happens after that is once all the evidence is in, once all the documents have been read by the commissioners, they go ahead and they deliberate off the record. They come back on the record and announce their decision on the motion and vote, okay?
Okay.
Now you don't have counsel, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you are ready to proceed this morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the roles that I have as a hearing officer is it's my job to make certain that you get a fair hearing in front of this tribunal. So if at any time you do not understand what's going on, you get a question, you need to let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
We want it to be on the same page with you. Every opportunity to tell your side of the story, all right?
Yes, sir.
And you were doing a great job. As Chairman Moore mentioned, this is the court reporter. She's taking everything down. So it's very important for you to give a verbal response to any question that you were asked, as opposed to a or a nod a bit. Makes
Yes,
it
sir.
more difficult. Great, thank you. All right, let me take judicial notice of both the statutes and the rules governing this proceeding, specifically Arkansas Code Annotated 17-42-315. Which is the Commission's waiver statute, as well as the Administrative Procedures Act. And let's take care of the other housekeeping matters. Before you've got one exhibit that you would like the Commission to take a look at, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Chambers, any objection to the admission of applicants exhibit one?
No, sir.
All right, no objection. Applicants exhibit one is admitted, and we've got a compilation package here. We've got exhibits A through D. Exhibit A is the order of notice of hearing, and exhibit B is the real estate license law and timeshare law. And then I believe you've got 5 exhibits. Ms. Chambers, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. McCoy, have you had a chance to look at these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
You got an objection to the admission of them?
No, sir.
Well, that objection, you want this, we'll go ahead and admit, claims exhibits A through D, and then 1 through 5. What's going to happen now is before those are published with the motion. So we're going to go off the record. They haven't seen any of this information yet. We're going to go ahead and go off the record and give them an opportunity to read them, and any sort of done reading, they'll come back on the record and then we'll answer their testimony. Before we do that, Ms. Chambers, do you have any witnesses?
I do not, I will just, actually, I'm going to, assist Ms. McCoy by taking the lead and asking her questions.
Oh, okay, so she's not going to do a statement. You may go ahead and ask questions.
That's correct.
All right, thank you so much. Please, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes.
All right, thank you both very much. We are off the record. we're ready. All right, we're back on the records. The commission has had an opportunity to review exhibits that have been introduced. Ms. Jacobs, would you be so kind as to go ahead with your examination of the report?
I will, thank you, sir. Ms. McCoy, please state your name for the record.
Jessica McCoy,
And where do you live, Jessica?
Enforcement Arkansas.
And you are here today seeking a waiver to be licensed as a real estate salesperson, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you filled out your application, you stated that you had been convicted of a crime other than a traffic violation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe, I'm going to recite into the record what the order notice of hearing says, and you tell me whether or not it's accurate, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
On or about January 30th, 2018, which is about 3.5 years ago, you pleaded guilty in the district court of Little River County, Arkansas, to one felony count of terroristic threatening first degree. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced to 36 months of probation, and you were ordered to pay fines and court costs of $1,070. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you successfully completed your 36 months of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a document in the file from the court that states that?
There is, I believe, it should be, it's in an exhibit. Number 2, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you were on probation, what were the terms of your probation?
My terms were counseling, which I completed. I couldn't get in any more trouble, no more convictions. I had to check in once a month with my officer, and I had to pay monthly fines as well as paying my fines off during those 36 months.
Okay. And were you required to submit to drug screens or anything like that?
Yes, randomly.
And did you pass all of your random drug screens?
Yes, ma'am. I've never had an issue with anything like that.
Okay. And did you, I'm so sorry. You said you checked in monthly. Was that by telephone or were you ever required to show up in person?
It was always in person.
Okay. And you stated that you were ordered to pay costs and fees every month. Was that a probation fee that you paid every time you went to visit your probation officer?
Yes, ma'am, as well as paying on my fines every month.
Okay, and have you paid off the $1,070 in fines and court costs?
Not completely. I paid off the ones in Sebastian County, because the probation transferred from Little River to Sebastian where I live.
Okay.
And, I'm almost done with that, but I'm not completely done.
Okay.
I have finished probation.
Do you recall how much you owe on your costs and fees?
No, ma'am, I just pay like $60 a month.
How long have you paid $60 a month?
I started about a year ago. I got back into working after being a stay-at-home mom and divorce.
Okay. So it's your testimony today under oath that you paid $60 per month for approximately the past year.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed now?
I just got let go. I was working for a temp agency, Express Employment in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I was working out at Mars doing sanitation, and after that job was over, coming up, they let me go, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get into this soon.
So, okay, in the meantime, is there any chance that you would stay with the employment agency and get another placement?
Yes, ma'am, I am still with them. We're looking for something that works with my daughter's pre-K. I have 2 children. My son goes to speech therapy, and my daughter's in pre-K, so I have to get her to school, sign her in, have to sign her out every day. Trying to find something between those hours or weekend work.
Okay. Have you spoken with a principal broker in the Fort Smith area who would be willing to supervise your license if you're granted a waiver today?
I have not spoken to her personally. My grandmother's real estate agent who's spoken to her principal broker about me, but not about the case. So that would be something that, you know, we're looking at coming up and doing.
Okay, do you recall the principal recorder's name? We can ask her another one
Okay.
when we talk to her, thank you. Or the name of the company,
It's Keller Williams Platinum Realty.
and that is in Portsmouth, Arkansas.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like from the exhibit that you entered into the record that you have taken the exam, but you didn't pass the first term, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I need to touch up on my math skills a little bit.
Okay, and, are you taking any more classes to do that, or are you studying on your own, or?
I'm studying. I've done all of the studying and learning on my own. It's been a little bit difficult because I don't have somebody there to bounce ideas off of or in person to be able to explain. I think that's why, you know, the appraisal part of my test, I didn't do so well.
Okay, do you have any plans to maybe take a, formal real estate education course that might help you
I was not aware,
prepare?
that there was any more options. That would be awesome if I could find something like that.
Okay, would you be willing to reach out to someone here at the real estate commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the exhibits that shows that you have been making payments toward your restitution?
I believe the only thing is in 2, where it says that everything was completed as far as the conditions of
Okay.
probation. I believe 2.4 is the only thing that's in here.
Okay. If you are required to provide proof of the payments that you testified to under oath, if you were asked to actually get proof from the court, would you have any problem doing that?
No, ma'am.
And I believe, I hate to have to go into the nitty gritty, but I believe that your charge arose from being in an abusive relationship with the ex-spouse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the commissioners, what happened that led you to pick up that charge?
Yes, ma'am. I had gone to see my 2 older daughters. It had started, I was trying to take them down the road to get breakfast. By law and the visitation agreement, I was allowed to do so. My ex-husband worked for the jail, and his uncle was the sheriff. And believe it or not, the prosecuting attorney on the case handled our divorce just a year earlier. And I had said some not so nice things to him. I had told him that I would kill him if he took my girls away from me. In the middle of a heated argument, and because those words came out of my mouth, I called a charge on it.
But you didn't actually physically
No, ma'am.
assault him, it was a verbal threat.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And, it sounds like you might be well connected in that community from a legal standpoint.
Yes, ma'am, and I can provide proof that the prosecuting attorney that charged me with a felony, my first offense ever, was also the attorney that handled our divorce in custody. I really don't even think it was legal, but, I can provide proof of that as well.
Were you represented in that hearing?
By a public defender I met that day.
Did you tell the public defender of all these relationships?
Yes, he told me to contact the bar, or like the commission bar or something of legal, and I did send in online, they sent me papers to fill out as well, and I sent that in, I never heard anything else.
But your own attorney did make an objection on the record to the prosecuting attorney or the charging officer or
No,
anything
sir.
being related to your ex-husband.
No, sir, Little River County is a very, very small town, they're close knit.
And that was your first charge and your last charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever been advised by an attorney that you could probably have that record sealed and expunged?
Yes, ma'am, when I finish my payments, I can.
Okay. Do you plan to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, any questions?
If my calculations are correct, you said you're gonna pay $60 for approximately a year, so I'm thinking that's $720. Probably pretty close. And the home fund was 1,000 and. 1,070, I believe. Okay.
Commissioner.
Any other commissioners? All right, Ms. Chambers, next witness.
I would like to call Ms. McCoy's grandmother. If you would please state your name.
My name is LaDonna Jones.
And Ms. Jones, are you a licensed real estate salesperson?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been licensed? 4 years. And you also work for Keller Williams Platinum Real Estate in Fort Smith, Arkansas, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony, who is your principal broker?
Principal broker is Kathy L. Walker.
And have you spoken to your principal broker about your granddaughter in general terms?
I've actually spoken to our team lead, which is Barbie Johnson.
Okay.
She's our team leader.
And if your granddaughter is able to pass the exam and obtain a waiver, is it your testimony today that your team is willing to take on your granddaughter and have her be a team member?
Yes.
And when you spoke with your team leader and your principal broker, did you disclose to each of them that your granddaughter would have to get a waiver because of the charge?
I have not.
If your granddaughter is granted a waiver today, would you have any trouble? Of course, she may be required, and would you also abide by the request of the commission that you disclose that information to your team leader and to your principal broker?
Yes.
And if, since you're here today, speaking on your granddaughter's behalf, if she is granted the waiver today with any conditions and you knew that she violated any of those conditions, would you have any problem contacting the real estate commission as well as your team leader and your principal broker?
No.
Okay, that would not be a problem. Okay. And you realize the importance because, you wouldn't want your own license to be implicated or have any negative reflection on Keller Williams, your team leader, or your principal broker. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, correct. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Commissioners, any questions? All right, Ms. Chambers, I don't know if you want to do a closing statement. Frankly, I don't know if the commission needs closing statements, but if you would like to provide one, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to remind the commissioners to take a look at the order of notice of hearing, and please make findings of fact with regard to the issues of fact 1, 2, and 3, find them to be true, and the issue of law proven when you make your decision. Thank you.
Wait to get the last opportunity to say anything if you would like. Is there anything you'd like to tell the commission before they start their deliberations?
I've worked really hard for this. I believe that I've had a great character change over the last several years. I recently got married on the 9th. We have just moved into a house out of an apartment. We're really excited for where life is going. And I would really like the opportunity to be able to show that the probation has rehabilitated my train of thought and where I go with my words, definitely in a more professional manner.
Thank you so much, ma'am. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and go off the record. The commission can deliberate. Once they reach a decision, and if they have to, they'll announce it. We are off the record.
So we can't get in trouble. I 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
All right, we're back on the record. Commissioner has a question for council. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, so, Ms. Chambers, we're curious as to whether or not we can mandate these, the deficiency in her actual payment of her probation and fines is not complete. Can we put that as a part of our approval, that she would have to complete that?
I think that would fall under the purview of all, alternative sanctions under the Administrative Procedure Act. And even though it's not technically a sanction, I think it would be all right.
So, as while we're still on the record, how that would look would be similar to, we would put our probationary notice, and that prior to the commission issuing the license after completing the test, she would have to provide evidence that that had been paid.
I think that's fine, because she would also have to provide that additional proof that she had passed the exam.
That she actually.
You can
passed the
hold on that
exam
in.
And pay the fines.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're ready to go back off tomorrow.
We're back up the record.
So, run over that. When that's basically, that's finished. It was, I think, all outstanding. Fines, fees, not normal probations to do that.
And then, close up with the Commissioner Sparks.
All right, we're back on the record. I understand the commission reached a decision in this matter. Turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, for the motion.
Please, so, back to you, Ms. Holt.
Would the hearing officer please read our decision?
I'd be happy to, Commissioner Hilton. The Real Estate Commission as determined to grant the waiver request in the provisions of Arkansas Code annotated section 17-42-315, allow a license to be issued to the applicant. However, there are a couple of condition precedents before that license will be issued. Number one, that the applicant pass the real estate exam. Number two, that the applicant provide evidence of paying any outstanding fines and fees associated with her probation. And the other condition precedent is once she obtains her license, that she is under a 2-year probation with a licensed active broker. That the applicant's broker be notified of the probationary period for reasons thereof, and he shall notify the executive director that she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. If the applicant will change firm, and if the principal broker of the firm changes, the applicant's new broker will be made aware of the probationary period and the reasons, and the broker shall notify the executive director that she has been made aware of these proceedings. Am I correctly stated your motion, Commissioner?
Yes, you do.
One add there, I think, Mr. Moore, that to go back to, just make sure that we have it exactly right, that evidence that they've all been paid.
Correct. Evidence of paying all outstanding fees and fines prior to the license being issued.
Yes. Steve?
Yes, that's what we would like for to read.
Okay. Commissioners, you heard the motion. All in favor, indicate say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. I will request staff to do some decision in writing. Make certain that the applicant gets a copy of it, and along with the cover letter that notifies her what her appeal rights would be or administrative procedures act. I'll ask Mr. Ford to go ahead and get with the executive director. She will give you more information and explain to you how the procedures are going to work moving forward. If you've got any questions whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much for your time. You're off the record.
I think we have, Ms. Bolton, Commissioner Sparks has asked to,
Oh, I'm sorry.
make the comment correct, so.
I apologize, Mr. Sparks.
Jessica, and I really understand that this is a heated situation, an emotional situation that you're in. I believe that real estate is very emotional and can get heated as well. And so really kind of think through those situations when you're active and selling. We want you to be very successful, and we want you to protect the public. And so just really think through those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions, comments? from the commission? All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Do you want the contents of that? No, she did. Oh.
You can knock it out early. So I say, you could move up.
Are you?
So you good, Andrew?
She took my number. Oh, I put it. It's in.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't
Yes, that's like rare.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so, I'd like to read this as we begin the Arkansas Real Estate Commission open meeting statement. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1048 of 2019, are subject to Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. Hello, my name is Tony Moore, and I am an industry member from Russellville and chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. Today, we will have several people that will take role in the process, and so let me introduce a few of us for you now. To my left is Ms. Dee Holcomb. Dee is a consumer member, and she comes to us from Pine Bluff. To Dee's left is Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is an industry member. She's from Rogers. To my right is Linda Brunty. Ms. Brunty is a consumer member, and she comes to us from Jonesboro. Up front here is Heather Garrett, senior supervisor here at the commission. Julie Chavis is here. Julie represents the commission from the Attorney General's office. Dell Ward is a senior investigator. We have Courtney Hinton's not in the room. No, don't see Courtney. Candace Riggins is right there by Mr. Ward. Let's see, we have Yvonne Halstead right here. Melissa Goff in the back, next to the actual director. She's the deputy director, next to the director, Andrea Hoff. We have Candace Riggins and Cindy Dicus. That's Cindy here. Our court reporter today is Ms. Faith Bigsby. And beside her is Charles Moulton, and Charles is our hearing officer, and I'll turn it over to him at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Stone for the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Polly Charter applicant. Docket number is FH number 3714. And Ms. Charles, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please? And what you do is, there's a blue button there, you can press it.
Good morning, I'm Polly Ann Trotter, and I live in Pea Ridge.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Chavis, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. I'm Julie Chavis. I'm the Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Ms. Trotter, you've received a copy of the order notice of hearing, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you're representing yourself here this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are ready to proceed, is that right?
Yes, sir, when you are.
So let me, I don't know if you've ever been to an administrative hearing before, have you?
Yes, sir, in 2002, I came in first.
Oh, okay. So I will attempt to refresh your recollection of how the process works. But because you were asking for a waiver, you bear authority. Ms. Chavis, you going to do examination of Ms. Trotter?
Yes, sir. I'm going to take the lead.
All right. Ms. Chavis is going to go ahead and ask you some questions. And then after she's done asking the questions, the commission will ask you some questions. Ms. Trotter, you have anybody here with you today that might be a witness as well, or is it just you?
I have my husband in the car, only for anxiety reasons.
Okay.
I'm here as myself.
So again, if you understand how the process works, it is relatively informal. I run the hearing for the benefit of the commission, but I also run the hearing for the benefit of you as well. So it's my job, I have two primary functions. One is to make sure that you tell your side of the story to the commission and make, as completely as you possibly can. And then the other one is to make you as comfortable as possible through the proceeding. So if at any time you don't understand what's going on with the proceeding and you ask me a question, please let me know. And if at any time you need a break for whatever reason it is, you let me know that as well, and we'll go ahead and take a break, okay?
Thank you very much.
And you are doing an excellent job. This is the court reporter. She needs to take everything down. So it's very important to give verbal responses to any questions that you're asked, as opposed to okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me take care of some housekeeping matters. Let me know for the record, take judicial notice of both the statutes and rules that are governing governing this proceeding, specifically Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-302, which is the waiver provisions of the Real Estate Commission law, as well as the Administrative Procedures Act, which is what is governing this particular proceeding. We have a number of exhibits. Ms. Trotter, you've got looks like a compilation of reference letters. Is that correct?
I tried to bring as many as I could.
And there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. They are marked applicants exhibit number 1. Ms. Chavis, do you have any objection to the admission of applicants exhibit 1?
No, sir.
All right, without objection, applicants exhibit 1 is admitted. I also have a compilation package from the commission. Some documents, I'm fairly confident in actually your documents, Ms. Trotter, but I've got commissions A and B and then 3 exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
However, you have an opportunity to
Documents, are you familiar with them?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right, do you have an objection to the admission into the record?
No, sir, I don't.
All right, thank you so much. Without objection, exhibits A and B, as well as commission 1 through 3 are committed. And what's going to happen right now is those documents and exhibits are going to be published to the commission. They haven't had an opportunity to see any of this information yet. So we're going to go ahead and go off the record and allow them a moment or two to read these exhibits. Just try before we do that, since you are with us, I'm going to have to swear you in. Okay? Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is true, the truth,
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you so much. All right, we are off the record.
Doing the best I can. Thank you.
think we're good.
All right, we are back on the record. All right, some kind of. Red button in your microphone, so let the press, so you don't have to talk about our time.
Okay.
Red in this instance means go, not. And Ms. Chambers, would you please, give us your explanation?
Thank you. I would like to make a brief opening statement. It's rare that I do so, but this is a slightly unusual situation.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, you'll notice that the request today is for a waiver under 1742-302. And if you look in your notebooks at 3-3, and there's a copy of that law. We're particularly going under number 5, which states, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission shall issue a license to any applicant who meets the following requirements. Demonstrates no record of unprofessional conduct. As Ms. Trotter stated, she has been before the commission before. And the reason she was before the commission before was because she was seeking a broker waiver. And during the course of that proceeding, it came to light that she had failed to disclose or report a felony conviction. Now, all that was taken care of back in 2009, back on May 4th, 2009. So we're not going to be talking about that conviction today. That was all wrapped up in the neat bundle back in the day. What we're here today is to determine whether or not she can be reinstated. Her license expired, salesperson. She was allowed to retain her salesperson license back in during that previous proceeding. That license expired. She's seeking reinstatement of her salesperson's license today. Because she had appeared before the commission in the past, that's why we're here today. Her reinstatement her license could not be reinstated at the staff level because of that prior appearance. So today, that's what we're going to be talking about, not the past felony, none of that, just the fact that she's been before the commission before, and whether or not she demonstrates no record of unprofessional conduct between then and now, and her license can be reinstated. So it's a little bit of a confusing situation. I had to make sure with Heather that I was on the right track. And I just wanted to remind everyone that, for my benefit as well as yours and as well as Ms. Trotter's and Mr. Mullins, that that's why we're here today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chambers, for, as it were, setting the table. Do you have any witnesses? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you.
No, sir, I'm just going to be questioning Ms. Trotter.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Trotter, please state your name and address for the record.
Polly Ann Trotter, 1000 Tracy Lane, Pea Ridge, Arkansas, 72751.
And Ms. Trotter, are you here today seeking reinstatement of your salesperson's license?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And based upon what I just said, is it your understanding that you had to appear today because of your prior appearance before the board, during which time it was discovered that you had failed to disclose a conviction?
No, ma'am, it was in 2002, I was here
I'm
because
sorry.
I had disclosed it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was disclosed during your broker waiver, and so you had a prior appearance, and that triggers the appearance today for your reinstatement request.
Okay.
Right? And, the main thing that I need to ask you today is that, has there been anything that's happened since your last appearance that would indicate that you have, well, let me back up. Let's not do a double negative here. Can you demonstrate no record of unprofessional conduct from that day forward?
No, ma'am. No.
You cannot, I mean, you can demonstrate
Oh, yes.
a record of no unprofessional conduct,
Yes, ma'am.
no other hiccups with the law, or anything since your last appearance before this board, or since your license lapsed.
No.
Okay. And where have you worked, where have you been working in all that time?
When I applied, back in 2009, I had just been attacked and had my neck broke. So I have not, and that's why I petitioned. I really want to try to work again. And to go back into a corporate setting, it's just, as you can tell, it's, not, due to anxiety, being attacked. So,
Well, let me ask you about your, you have many glowing letters of reference in your applicant exhibits. And did most of these come from the time period when you were working in a corporate setting?
yes, ma'am, I used to design Walmarts.
Oh, okay.
And then, went there and, because my husband got transferred and, went to one of the, environmental testing facilities that actually was one of the contractors for Walmart's. And, chased disasters for them, led their disaster team.
Okay.
And that's how I got it.
So how long did you design Walmart's?
From 2003 to 2008.
And then in 2008, when your husband was transferred, that's when you went to work for this other company?
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of the letters of reference in here refer to a major flood on the upper Mississippi River in Illinois. And you were a part of the team that helped that community in its recovery efforts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was the liaison between the disaster victims, state, local, and federal government, and FEMA.
And how long did you work for that company and what was that company called?
No, I actually, it was ATC Associates, out of Alabaster, Alabama. And, I was with them about a year and a half.
Okay. And during that time, was that when you were responsible for that recovery effort?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we took Henderson County, Illinois was underwater for 7 weeks from, a breach, in the levee that flooded that county.
Okay. And then, after that year and a half, have you worked since then?
I've helped my husband with our company, but not, no.
What's your husband's company?
We have a social gaming app developed. It's called Truck Stop Casino. It's a free to play social gaming app geared around the transportation industry. And so I just stay in the house and, kind of give him some cheering.
Okay.
And I really, through therapy, have been able to get out more.
And you would feel comfortable if you're granted a waiver today for rescheduling salesperson's license? Do you think that, you'll be able to engage, with members of the public and protect the public in your dealings?
That's the problem. I'm 10 foot tall and bulletproof. That's how I got my neck broke.
Okay, okay. So you'll be able to, you feel like you'll be able to, actively participate as a real estate salesperson?
That is my goal.
Have you spoken with any principal brokers in Northwest Arkansas?
I have not. I wanted to go this route first, since in upsetting or alarming anyone that I'm out there again.
Have you, do you retain any of your contacts in the Northwest Arkansas real estate community?
Actually, my sister is a real estate agent in Northwest Arkansas.
And would you be, seeking to have your license placed with the same company where your sister works?
We have talked about it, yes, ma'am.
And what is that company?
You're good. I can't tell you. I don't really know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Sorry.
And how long, do you know how long approximately your sister's been licensed?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay.
She's a school teacher full-time and she's a realtor full-time.
Okay. And, I just want to recap. it's your testimony today that there's nothing in your record that demonstrates any unprofessional conduct during the time period from when you were last here in front of the commission to today.
No, ma'am, there is nothing.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, sir. So we started to look on this book at 3:3. I think that's probably the very last page in the binder, 3-3. And go down to number 5, and it says demonstrates no record of unprofessional conduct. Number 6 is evidence of good reputation, honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity sufficient to safeguard the interest of the public.
Listen,
I'm not sure you've done that to me yet.
okay.
Convince me, because you have a,
But that's, I'm sorry, that's not why we're here. We're here under number 5.
I'm here to see, to tell me why she's honest.
Why am I honest? Because I want my grandchildren to be able to look at me and be proud. And I want to lead them the way that, so I always try and be honest, no matter how bad it is. And I have 6 of them.
All right.
Just so that I understand, your license has been expired since 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? All right, Ms. Chavis?
Just one question on redirect. Ms. Carter, when did you sustain the injury in which your neck was broken? What year was that?
2009.
2009. Is that why your license has been
Yes, ma'am.
lapsed?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have beautiful hardware in my neck. Set up all kinds of works.
If the commission were to grant a waiver for you to be licensed today, would you have any problem disclosing to your principal broker when you obtain one that you had to come here today to get this waiver under 1742-3025, A5? Would you have any trouble disclosing that?
Not at all.
Would you have any trouble disclosing your entire licensing history with the commission to a potential principal broker?
Not at all.
And if you were required to do that, let's just say you're granted the waiver today, and for 2 years, no matter who your principal broker is, if you leave one broker to go to another, you would have to disclose that every time.
That would be fine.
And then that person would have to disclose to Andrea Alford, the director of the commission, that you've informed your broker of same.
Yes, ma'am. I would carry anything that we would need to make sure they have all the information.
Okay. I don't really have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chavis. Based on Ms. Chavis's line of questioning, does the commission have any follow-up for Ms. Trotter? All right, closing statements, Ms. Chavis?
Yes, sir. Commissioners, I would just respectfully request that you take a look at the order of notice of hearing that's found behind tab A and find that the issues of fact 1 through 6 are true and that the issue of law has been proven. Thank you.
Ms. Trotter, you have the final say. like to add anything else, now is your time and your opportunity to do it before the commission goes ahead and deliberates. Anything else you want to say? Rick?
Every day I do the best I can.
I appreciate your time today. And if you're rewarded, that's great. I appreciate that if you don't. I'm still gonna walk out of here with my head high.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We were off for it.
Get this started.
All right, you're back on the record. I understand the commission has reached a decision in this matter. Go ahead and turn it over to the chair for motion and vote. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Copeland, I think Commissioner President.
I understand that Commissioner President, you are making a motion, and with your indulgence, I'd like to try to state that motion if it's okay. All right. The commission finds that issues of fact 81 through 86 and issue of law, order paragraph reference 1 were true and proven. Commission also agrees and has determined that the applicant does meet the requirements for the issuance of a real estate license under the provisions of ACA section 17-42-302. However, this decision is based on the condition precedent that the applicant retake the real estate exam, pass it, and be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure. And the applicant's principal broker be notified of the probationary period for the reasons stated herein. And the principal broker shall notify the executive director that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. These condition precedents will also apply for any new principal or for the applicant's license during the period of probation. Commissioner, have I correctly stated your motion? Is there a second?
Don't need a second, but we'll need a vote. Okay, so, Commissioner, you've heard the motion, all in favor, signify by aye. All opposed, same sign, aye. All right, motion carried.
I will note for the record that the decision passed 3-1. I will respectfully request the decision of the commission to be reduced to write and served by mail of all parties. We also ask that there be a cover letter or some sort of informational document attached to the decision of the commission that provides the applicant with information about how she could appeal this decision with the Administrative Procedures Act. Try to present any questions whatsoever. Go ahead and see the executive director, and I'm sure she'll be able to answer them. Commissioners, do you have anything you would like to add before we go off the record? If not, we are off the record. Thank you all so very much.
So, Ms. Andrea? So,
Sounds good.
So, Commissioner, we'll take one business order of the list.
Yes.
June 25th.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. So, Ms. Audrey, if you're ready, let's go ahead and, we're gonna take up item, which one is that going to be,
Item eight.
eight, okay? So we're on item eight. And, you just go ahead and head down the path.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Moore. So these are the proposed learning objectives for the 2022 ARC required course, which is intended to cover buyer and dual agency. We have tentatively titled the course, Whose Agent Am I Anyway? The learning objectives are, here you can review them. Essentially, what we wanted to cover was both representation and disclosure. We also wanted to cover the duties that any licensee will owe a client, which we actually do have set out in law. And then the duties that a buyer's agent will owe to their buyer. And then the limitation of duties that will arise in a dual agency representation situation. We also wanted to cover disclosure of material facts and where the line is between disclosing material facts and dealing honestly with all parties. Confidential information, and then we wanted to cover the difference between a customer and a client. But then to give an application to this, we've included a self-assessment learning objective where brokers and agents would be able to perform a self-assessment to evaluate their current buyer and dual agency practices, and then identify any areas where they need to improve. And then as an added bonus to that, executive and principal brokers would perform the same assessment, but they would perform it across the licensees that they supervise. So they would do their own self-assessment, but then they would also do a group assessment to identify any areas where they can improve in their buyer and dual agency practices. So these are our proposed learning objectives. We can certainly make any changes to these. We can pull any out that you think are unnecessary. We can add any if there are points that we need to cover that we haven't covered here. And so you have final say on these.
A couple of ideas, madam. And another bullet for exclusive buyer agency agreement and non-exclusive buyer agency agreement.
Okay.
Men's house and what's of those documents.
Okay.
Mr. Sparks, you help me here.
I agree, that's a good one, this is a great list. I think, can we add maybe, on material facts, the manner in which they're disclosed?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And then another addition potentially would be the limitations of where representation begins and ends.
Okay.
And if you added, you don't ever throw me this way. What is the role, what role does third parties play in representation? Now that gets a little difficult because you're talking about lenders and title companies and surveyors, and where does those doors open and close?
Right.
Complicated. Those lines are like this in the field, the blur. Would you agree?
Yes.
So can we help delineate between those blurred lines? Education should be about the things that we don't know, helping to cut down misunderstanding, and those are difficult agent-to-agent relations. Is it who orders this, who does that? Who's responsible for this, who does that?
Okay. Now, with this being a 3-hour course, it is likely that we may need to identify. So that's, I think we've got 14 here total. We may need to identify our, no matter what, you need to cover these objectives and then give a handful of objectives that are optional and can be added in, especially if an instructor wants to develop this into a 6-hour course so that they can have enough material there. Which we can do that at the staff level.
So a question then, Madam, why wouldn't we just, if you were developing this, why wouldn't an instructor take all 14 points and just do a whole 6-hour with incorporating the mandatory threes and just run with it? Is that, why wouldn't that be the aim? Is that what will happen?
I think it just depends. I mean, if I were an instructor, I certainly would, but
Don't you think that's going to be the likely, maybe? Wouldn't that be what you did, just run a whole gamut of it?
it is possible. Is this, I can never keep up with what's happening with NAR ethics. Every 3 years, is this gonna be an ethics year?
It is, this is 21.
21 is, okay, so we won't run into that next year. Sometimes with a 3-hour course, it
Yeah,
is
well,
next year, right? So I mean, that's certainly possible. We can't require them to do it that way, but.
Well, if you kick us out, hey, we're gonna have to narrow it down, then give us a little notice on that, send it to us a little ahead of time. Can you do that?
Sure.
And say, hey, Grant, let's start by.
Or maybe say a percentage or of time that we would want them to focus on the different topics. Because I think we could narrow it down that way and say, like disposing material facts should be 10% or whatever, something like that in the course. And so we know they're really focusing on it and not just one slide, disposing material facts next. I don't know if it's possible.
Right. We can do that.
Or even a recommendation, not a required, but recommended.
Right.
It should be this.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, when we're talking about disposable material fact, that's a normal practitioner's daily issue, not necessarily a narrow track thing. You can say it is, but that's a broader track. Some of these, like how to use the exclusive buyer agency versus non-exclusive, that's specific to the discussion. We have non-realtor people out there who may not be unique.
Right.
But I think they're probably misrepresented in not the exclusive buyer agency. Yeah, it's a data use.
Right. Okay, so we can add your suggestions and then we can work on identifying the mandatories and the backups.
It's a good list.
Yeah, good.
Heather and Courtney and Melissa's help with this. Okay, Commissioner or Chairman Moore, would you like to knock out the, anything else before we?
Well, let's do, upcoming events or Willow. I think I'm the only one in at the moment.
You are.
I'm the Lone Ranger this time. Becky's going. She's gonna wear the basket. No, so, yeah,
Okay, well, I hate that I can't go, but I will be appearing at ALC on Friday morning, so I need to stay here.
well, you coached me up on, if there's anything specific that, anyone needs, or I'm supposed to go check in or send them on a meeting or whatever. Are they zooming it? Do we know?
I know, I think there might be a committee meeting or two that is gonna have a call-in option for some of the members, but by and large, the meeting is not going to be live streamed or held by Zoom.
Okay, so let's go down then, unless if somebody else has something on Rilla, then we'll go B is ARA, and that's gonna be our virtual. So let's talk about that real quick.
Okay, so our session is September 29th at 10 a.m.
September 29th, 10 a.m.
And we will be presenting with Tim Grooms, as always, and Chairman Moore and I have a call with Tim Grooms for tomorrow afternoon to discuss how the presentation will flow. But we can certainly get around some ideas today to have ready for that call. In the past, we've done a panel discussion where folks have submitted questions for commissioners, and we've gone through that. We've also done a panel discussion where we do monologues of fictionalized versions of cases that the commission has heard before, and then we do a poll everywhere where we ask the attendees to weigh in on whether or not the commission voted one way or another. And we've also done just a stand up and talk lecture style presentation. So there are lots of options available to us, and it's just a question of what you all want to do and who all will be able to participate. So I guess that's my first question, is who all of the commissioners who will be able to participate that Wednesday at 10. And it will be by Zoom.
Are we going to the ARA, are they doing it for ARA and then zooming it for us there? That's what I was told from the convention committee.
And yes, that is correct.
Okay, I don't know, I guess that's, sorry.
Which is great. I mean, if we can all go to ARA here in Little Rock and have that cohesion, that would be.
So they would want us to be all at the ARA, right? Do it there. Okay? Linda, can you do that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. D? Okay.
Okay, so then the next question is, do you all have a preference on how we present, or on what we present? We can do a hybrid of recent case decisions and hot topics, and there's certainly no shortage of material for this, because it's been a while since the commissioners addressed the realtor membership at large, and so.
Any versus particular, not like licenses and
It's,
the time sheet.
there may be just like a smattering.
So, last year, you and I did it, virtually, and they moved us around.
Yes.
Did we have questions ahead of time that we were answering as they moved us from room to room virtually? You recall how they did that?
I can't recall if they gave us questions, or if maybe I just had a few already ready, but I want to say that as we moved between breakout sessions, the attendees could send us questions by
That's what I'm
chat.
saying, you were monitoring that, they could send questions, and then I was just answering them, after we went. We don't let Suzette do that this time. Just let us, go.
That is a good option. And keep in mind, we'll have 10 rooms too, and so that brings a whole other energy, which is wonderful.
Here's what I thought may help our attendance. I think virtual is, I don't know what we're gonna get much attendance. If we don't give them some topics that would be cutting edge stuff for them to draw into.
And I'm concerned that, if the attendance is low, or because it's virtual, and we don't have it up and the same, and we don't get any questions coming in.
Yeah, so I think we do it topically, that these are the topics we're gonna take.
Okay.
And multiple offers, and let's just go down all the hot
Appraisals.
appraisals, take multiple offers, appraisals.
60-day, not as is.
Yeah, as is versus, so inspection and repair. Non-exclusive and exclusive by our agency. Put that on there. That's it. So what do you think about that? That you're able to push out, it's gotta go to Tim too. He may see some others that we haven't thought about.
Sure. I think this is great.
And let's just take them up like that.
Wonderful. Makes sense.
Personal property.
Yeah, just, so you be thinking, ladies, you push over, and this is gonna be one of those, it's tough to know. Because down in the weeds. Where Suzette and I live. I live in swamp, she lives in weeds. But anything y'all can think, I would love for the ladies, if they're gonna be there, to be able to have one topic and let them know what it's like to be a commissioner from a consumer standpoint. Y'all do such a great job.
It's true.
And, it's Suzette and I's world, we live in it every single day, eat, drink, live, and sleep this stuff. Y'all do a great job of picking up, having been from the consumer side, the outside. And it'd be interesting to hear your perspective. Well, but that's not exactly right.
We have some experts here.
Huh?
We have experts
Well,
in the field.
so, Suzette, let's not stop right now, let's just keep shooting those topics. More is better than less.
What about some of the top 3 things that you see as a director? Come see him as a complaint.
Yeah, that's great. And then, Melissa, if you would send something to Bob Walker and say, it'd be great to include Bob into that, see if Bob would give us some topics. I want to try to keep him engaged as much as possible.
Absolutely.
So, if you reach out to Bob, please listen and say, hey, we're looking at this.
This wouldn't necessarily involve the commission because these cases are dismissed by Andrea, but what about situations where a complaint comes in and it's related to a real estate transaction, but we don't have jurisdiction over it? I'm thinking of the one where the commission was paid to the commission was paid, and the guy was mad that the commission, that the guy voluntarily, rather than get into a kerfuffle with someone, a guy paid a commission to someone, and that the actual party to the transaction was mad at that and taken, but it didn't have anything to do with him. And it wasn't a complaint that, I don't know, there's bound to be situations where, and I think I even used this, I did a presentation last week for our annual CLE that my department does. And I said, and I was doing hearing, I was talking about hearings, and I said, you gotta make sure you have jurisdiction. Y'all aren't even gonna see it if you don't have jurisdiction. That there are situations where a consumer might think, oh, well, this is a part of my real estate transaction, and they might be really disappointed to find out that it's not something that y'all have jurisdiction over. Or they may file a complaint that involves another board. It doesn't involve this board, but it might involve another board.
Yes.
So I don't know, I know I'm sort of speaking out of turn and kind of in a free flow way, but it just seems to me that there must be situations where people think, oh, this happened in the course of a real estate transaction, but maybe it was really a home inspector complaint or an appraiser complaint.
No, we see that a lot, Julie, that's good.
You know, I don't know if this probably was, Heather, we were doing our review case not long ago, we were going back to one of our. Your investigator questionnaire. First one of those I've ever. Your
Oh.
questions that you were going to ask.
Yes, in the appeal case.
Really good. If an agent recognized and broker, if they understood, hey, here's our outline. Now, you wouldn't have to say it that way, but those 21 questions that you ever done with, really good questions.
Those were not my personal questions, that was another investigator. But yes, they were very good questions.
And if you had enough people on Zoom to realize, here's my badge, they don't know you have it.
Not all of us do.
Yeah, I did that all on purpose.
We're
Here's your
gonna
badge,
that word.
here's your badge, and let me ask you the questions. That is a tool, they need to stand up and listen like, Valley. Good question. What about something like that?
We can
Because,
do
you
that.
know, I'd rather educate and regulate.
No, I think that's right.
Yeah, this is what happens, this is what transpires.
Yeah, this is
Right.
kind of just, since it's a joint with Tim, it's us, hey, we thought we'd flip it on you rather than us listening to what you're asking us. Let us tell you something about how.
Yeah.
How our world does work. Here's my badge. And this time, Heather, do it. What do you think?
Yeah, that would be great,
We can do that.
and that makes it a lot more interesting.
Mhm.
Oh, you need more of my badge.
She was not.
No. She said she did. She lost her badge.
I think that could be very interesting. I mean, we could talk about the anatomy of an investigation.
That is.
Hey, that's a great topic, well, I like that, damn, investigation, that's good.
That's very
If a broker's
That's not
smart, they wanna
boring.
listen to that.
good. That's not boring.
All right, what else, Andrew, anything?
That's
We'll
all
stop
I've
there for a
got
moment.
for now.
We'll stop there and go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll kick it back off at one. Anatomy of the since our guest today, that's so important, that we're a lot easier to get along with after we feed us with it. It is 1:00, and my name is Tony Moore, and I'm the chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission, and I'm going to read us a little script here before we get started today. So, all participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. I am Tony Moore, and I am from Russellville. I'm an industry member, and I'm going to introduce some folks that may have a part in here today. To my left is Fiona Lee, is a consumer member, and she comes to us from Pipeline. To Dee's left is Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is an industry member, and she comes to us from Raleigh. My right is Linda Prunty. Ms. Prunty is a consumer member and comes to us from Jonesboro. Out here is Udell Ward. Udell is a senior investigator for the commission. Julie Chavis there. She is from the Attorney General's office, and she represents us here today. Ms. Heather Garrett, senior investigator here at the commission. Melissa Goff is back in the very back there. She is the deputy executive director, sitting beside the executive director, Ms. Andrea Hall. John Halstead, investigator and girl about town. Cindy Dykes is an investigator sitting there. Faith Grigsby is our court reporter, and Mr. Charles Moulton is our hearing officer, and I'll turn it over to him to begin with this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This matter is styled before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Jeffrey Lynn Jackson, applicant, documents FH number 3728. Mr. Chairman, be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm the Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
All right, and Mr. Jackson, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Jackson.
All right. And Mr. Jackson, you are representing yourself here this afternoon, is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
All right. And just for ease of use, you can press the red button and just put it on. You won't have to keep toggling back and forth between turning it on and turning it off there, sir.
All right.
No problem. You did receive a copy of the order notice hearing, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are ready to proceed this afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me explain to you, well, first off, let me ask you, have you ever been in an administrative hearing before?
No, sir.
All right, so let me explain how the process works if I could. As the hearing officer, I move the hearing for the benefit of the commission, but also for the benefit of yourself, sir, because one of my roles and one of my jobs is to make certain that you get a fair shake in front of this tribunal. So in that vein, if at any time you have a question about what is going on, please let me know, because we want to get on the same page with you and make certain that your side of the story is told fully before this commission so they can render a proper judgment, okay?
All right.
And you are doing great so far. The court reporter here is transcribing everything for the record. And it's really important for you to give a verbal response to any question that you were asked as opposed to a no, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So let me take judicial notice of both the statutes and the rules that are governing this proceeding, specifically Arkansas Code annotated 17-42-302, which is the waiver provision for the commission, and the Administrative Procedures Act, which governs this particular proceeding. Let's see, Mr. Jackson, did you have any documents with you that you want the commission to take a look at?
No, sir, I did not. I have just the documents that y'all sent me
Okay,
and a response to that.
okay. Ms. Chavis, is that part of the record?
Did you file a response to do you mean you filed something with the commission to be here today, or?
I did, I filed a notice, I would like a hearing, if that's what you're talking
Is
about.
this when you, were you talking about, your request for a waiver? I mean,
Yes.
Okay, to be
Yes.
here today?
Yes, ma'am.
We have that in the record.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, I assume that you've reviewed the packet of information. There are a bunch of documents here. Are you familiar with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have an objection to the admission of any of these exhibits?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So without objection, I'm going to go ahead and admit exhibits A and B, as well as.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. That's 6.
It's A and B and 1 through 6.
1 through 5, Ms. James.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right, without objection, exhibits A and B and 1 through 5 admitted. Mr. Jackson, what we're going to do now is the commission hasn't had an opportunity to review these documents. This is their first opportunity to do that. So we're going to go ahead and go off the record and give them an opportunity to read these documents. And once they're done reading them, we'll come back on the record and we'll get started. All right, before we do that, Ms. Jacobs, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, sir. I'm just in case I'd like to swear in Mr. Udell Ward. I don't anticipate calling him, but I may need to call him. I'm just not sure.
Are you planning to proceed the way we proceeded this morning in terms of the question from Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir. I cleared that with Mr. Jackson. He said he was fine with me taking the lead.
All right, great. Gentlemen, will you be so kind as to raise your right hands? You swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
All right, thank you so much. All right, you're out for it. we were back on the record. The commission has had the opportunity to review exhibits in this hearing. Ms. Chavis, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you. You can start your examination of Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Jeffrey M. Jackson, address is 15 Dozera Lane, Hot Springs Village, Arkansas.
And you're here today requesting a waiver to be licensed as an Arkansas real estate salesperson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe you were previously issued a salesperson license back on March 27th, 2015, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then from March 27th, 2015 through December 31st, 2016, you're active, you held an inactive license with Hot Springs Realty located in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Is that information correct?
That is correct.
And your license then expired on December 31st, 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on February 10th of this year, 2021, you submitted an application for a real estate salesperson license. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And back when you were licensed previously, from March 27th, 2015 through December 31st, 2016, it looks like you picked up a charge in McDonough County, which I don't know where McDonough County is.
Atlanta, Georgia.
In Georgia. And you had an active warrant issued by the McDonough County Sheriff's Office for a probation violation related to an October 10th, 2014 conviction in Henry County State Court, Georgia. Now, this is not a disqualifying charge. However, while you were licensed, you were under an obligation to disclose this to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. Why did you not disclose the active warrant from July 13, 2015 to the Real Estate Commission?
Okay, if I may, there's not really any good excuse why I didn't. I was living in Hot Springs Village with my then wife, got a real estate license, I was flipping houses. Real estate license, unfortunately, it didn't work, we went through a bad divorce. We dissolved the business and I left Hot Springs Village at that time. So I went out to Atlanta, where my daughter lives, to visit Atlanta. Got a little speeding ticket, a little traffic ticket in Atlanta. I left Atlanta and went to California, kind of licking my wounds after the bad divorce. So I was a little out of sorts in those days, 5 or 6 years ago, for one reason. The other reason is I didn't know that I had to report it because I thought my license were inactive. And I thought if my license were inactive, if they had been sent back, they'd expired, I didn't need to report it. So I was wrong on that part. Since it was a traffic violation, I missed it, I guess, that's all I can say.
Okay. And then again, while you were licensed, you were convicted in Newport Beach Municipal Court, California of a misdemeanor use of a watercraft while under the influence.
Yes, ma'am.
And even though that is not a that's not a charge a conviction that would disqualify you from being licensed, you were licensed during that time and you did not report it to AREC in accordance with Rule 10.16A. Is your explanation the same?
Yes, I didn't realize that when my license had went back to the commission, I had left Hot Springs Realty. I didn't think that I no longer was required to report those things.
Okay. And then.
Like I said, it was a bad time in my life at that time. the divorce, all of the stuff, and
Okay,
I missed it. I missed it.
okay. Do you understand now that if you are granted a waiver to be licensed and you pick up any charge, whether it would disqualify you from licensure or not, you're still under an obligation under 10.16A to report convictions to that BREC.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I did it. I did it.
And now, have you spoken with a principal, if you're granted a waiver to be licensed today, have you spoken with a principal broker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who is that person?
It's with Trademark Realty in Hot Springs Village.
Trademark?
Trademark.
Okay.
Beth is, I want she's a principal broker, but,
Does Beth know that you have to come before the commission?
oh, yes, ma'am.
Today.
I called them just to see if they wanted to come with me and see if they were really busy over there. I didn't think it was necessary, but I did let them know what was going on and what I was doing.
Okay, so if you're granted a waiver today and you did go to work for Trademark with Beth as your principal broker, would you have any, and there were conditions, would you have any trouble telling your principal broker that the reasons you had to get a waiver to be licensed? Would you have any trouble disclosing
Oh,
the
absolutely not.
contents of this to
No,
her?
they're aware of all of it because Mr. Ward was going through getting all of the things back and forth. They were faxing and sending it. They're well aware of everything.
Okay, very good. Now, if you get the waiver to be licensed today, and there were conditions placed on your license, such as for a 2-year period, your principal broker would have to report to Ms. Oliver here at the commission that your principal broker is aware that you had to get the waiver and the reasons why. Would you have any trouble complying with that?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, and then if you, during that 2-year period, were to leave one real estate concern and go to work for another one and get a different principal broker, or if a new principal broker came on where you were working, would you have any trouble disclosing it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And how long has it been since you worked in real estate? Approximately 2016?
I think so. Yeah, about 5 years.
About 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you plan on being a real estate salesperson? Do you plan to go back into the business of flipping houses?
Oh, no. I'm real estate. I'm a real
Sales?
estate agent. Yes, ma'am. Sales.
Sales and
Yes,
also
yes.
representing people who,
I may flip one every once in a while when I'm not going back to flipping business.
okay, you're more interested in
Sales.
strictly working.
Sales, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been in contact with Beth at Trademark? How well does she know you?
Very well. It's been, well, let's see, we started this back in January, February.
Okay,
Decided to go get I forget how many, 100 and some hours of continuing in I had to do. And she's been knowing all the steps of what I've had to do to get all of my license back in place, so.
so you have taken at least 100 hours of continuing ed?
130, I think it's what it was.
Okay.
It was a lot.
Okay. Did you take that all in one place, or did you go different places?
No, it was at, on my phone, it's a company online, that has, that offers all the real estate course, a continuing ed.
Is it local?
No, I don't know where they're at, their own. I called here to make sure that it was acceptable.
And did you get that approved?
Yeah, I did, yes, ma'am. And it was from, they said, well, you know, I'm not seeing it, but yes, I am.
It's your testimony under oath that you got prior approval.
Yes, ma'am. I did call here first to speak with the young lady because I was trying to see if these 130 hours would include, there's like in the first year, you have to do like a 70-something hour.
Okay,
Of course, she said, no. That didn't work.
okay. And have you turned all of that proof in to the AREC?
Yes, ma'am, I think I have all the approval of all the courses that I've taken. Acceptance and approval, all.
Did you speak with Miss Hinton perhaps? Courtney Hinton, the education
I
person?
don't think that was her name. I could be wrong.
So I think you had to take 30 hours to reinstate.
Oh, I had to take 100 and something. I think.
Okay, I tell you what, I think we should go over the record and I can see if we can find the staff person that you spoke to and verify those hours.
I think so.
Thank
No,
you.
it's good. We were on the record.
Yes. 70 hours. No, I heard. East side, you did one from my home. Oh.
Not really.
Huh? Yeah, yeah. She was. Don't really, she's going well. It's just feel
That's okay, just while we're on a break, just take a look at that. I'm gonna ask if we have any objections from Henry.
Okay, all right, well, and I guess I was wrong at 30 hours, I mean, at 100.
Yes.
It was 30 hours, right, okay. It seemed like 100.
I'm not sure. I've been in school with my.
Oh, it seemed like 100, okay, all right, yes, there we go. Yep, all right.
Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir. If we could swear Ms. Garrett in, please, and I'll have another exhibit that I'd like to introduce into the record, published to the commissioners.
So, you swear the testimony about to give the mystery is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you so much, Ms. Travis.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jackson, do you have any objection to exhibit number 6 that I've just given to you being introduced into the record and published to the commissioners?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir.
Without objection, exhibit 6 is admitted.
Commissioner, do you have any objection to me asking Ms. Garrett questions while we review this document, or would you like to review it in her testimony?
I think we're okay, Commissioner. Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record. Heather Garrett. And Ms. Garrett, what is your position with the Arkansas Real Estate Commission?
I am the ARAC supervisor.
And as ARA supervisor, are you familiar with the application for reinstatement of real estate license filed by Mr. Jeffrey Jackson?
I am.
And it looks like if he filed his application, well, it's dated March 29th of 2021, is that correct?
This is, the document that is in Exhibit 6 is the second portion of the application process for reinstatement. The first portion is found in your exhibit book behind tab 2. That is the application that starts the process. Once that application is processed, we send the applicant a letter regarding the reinstatement and a waiver of the exam. You will find a copy of that letter at 614. And that letter outlines what the applicant must do in order to have their license reinstated. And in Mr. Jackson's case, he was required to complete 30 hours of continuing education to reinstate the license, complete the enclosed form, the application for reinstatement for real estate license, and the salesperson's fee of $50. At the bottom, you'll also note that all applicants for reinstatement are required to take the post license within 6 months of reinstatement of the license, and that would be 18 hours of education total.
Ms. Garrett, did you hear Mr. Jackson recite his address into the record?
Yes,
And was this letter sent to him at that address, 57 Resplendor Way, Hot Springs Village, Arkansas, 71909?
that is the address that it was sent to, but I believe Mr. Jackson has since moved or has a new address. I believe what he read in or testified to earlier is his actual new mailing address.
But at the time, to your knowledge, was this his address?
Yes, and this was the address found on his original application.
And attached to this exhibit, number 662 through 613, would you please identify those documents?
Yes, this is education that was submitted by applicant Jackson in order to meet that 30-hour requirement. These hours were taken at McKissick. McKissick is an approved school for continuing education for Arkansas. They do hold a license with the Arkansas Real Estate Commission as an educator. There's a total of 34 hours actually included in this packet. 30 are required to reinstate the license. He can receive credit for the other 4 hours. Should his license be issued this year, he would have additional, well, he won't have to do education to redo. He could, those extra hours could count as credit for continuing education, depending on the timing.
And if you could please turn to the first page of the exhibit.
Yes.
I believe there was a principal broker's statement attached, and it's dated March 29th, 2021. It's for trademark HSV Real Estate, 1060 DeSoto Boulevard, Hot Springs Village, Arkansas, 71909. And who signed as the principal broker?
It would be Lori Rushing, and she is the designated executive broker for that branch office.
Yes.
Okay. And it is okay that she signed it on that line because she's the designated executive broker rather than the PD.
I believe that's all I have at this witness.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Garrett? Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Chase, do you want to continue your examination of the evidence?
Yes, sir, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. You've completed the application, you've taken your continuing education, you have a principal broker. You understand that you have to report, and hopefully you won't have any,
Yeah.
any legal involvement in the future. And, while you are licensed with AREC under Rule 10.16A, and you have 4 hours that may carry over to, continuing education in the future. You understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The commissioners may have some questions for you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Childers. Commissioners, questions?
Okay, so just, Mr. Jackson, do you have any fines, penalties, fees, dues of any nature behind you here?
No, sir.
No,
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay,
Zero balance across the board.
all right, and so you're asking for a reinstatement of those inactive licenses, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're squaring now on these, not the 130 hours that it felt like. Right?
It seemed like a hundred.
Yeah, that's what it said. It felt like
30 hours, 30 hours.
And you don't have any, you have no questions about any of that, how we came up with that, all that stuff. Thanks, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, and so do you understand what led us here today?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
and so if you have a change in address, if you have anything other than traffic, call,
If in question, call.
within that,
I get it.
write it out and send it here.
I understand.
If you didn't need it, they will throw it away, there's no problem, but if you needed it, it could avoid a repeat, of this issue.
I understand.
Okay, and then one last thing, very important, this 18 hours is probably new, within 6 months. So you understand that you have 6 months, if we were to grant the waiver, that you have that 18 hours called post license.
Absolutely.
And that's also very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, and we don't have a problem with your address, knowing where you are and none of that.
Correct, correct. Well, this address is my parents' house. But as I was in transition, moving back to the village, I was using my parents' address.
Okay, but it did change address.
I understand, yes. As a matter of fact, I did send an email here requesting a change of address.
Okay, so
A new address.
I know that sounds somewhat egregious, but at the end of the day, the rules are the rules, right?
I understand.
Any other commissioners? Mr. Chairman, based on that line of question, we follow up for Mr. Jackson.
No, sir.
You have another witness that you make a call, Mr. Chairman.
No, sir.
Okay. Closing statement,
Just briefly.
go ahead.
Commissioners, please refer to Exhibit A, which is the order notice of hearing for today. Please find the issues of fact 1 through 6. I'm so embarrassed. 1 through 5, I can neither count nor read apparently, are true, and that the issue of law has been proven during your deliberations. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, you get the final, excuse me, you get the final say. Anything you want to add to what's already been stated or said? Another opportunity, sir, go ahead.
Okay, like I had previously said, it was a bad time for me going through a really nasty course. And I let a couple of traffic tickets go away, really wasn't concerned about it, and I was under no thought that I had to report it to the Cruise Commission, because I thought my license would have been, expired or whatever. And I understand now that, as you said, anything, even if you move across the street, let y'all know. And I understand now, I apologize for what I didn't do. And, that's it, my mercy on the Lord.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson. At this point in time, the commission is going to go ahead and deliberate off the record. We're going to reach a decision, we're going to come back on the record, and that's that decision of the motion to vote. We are off the record.
It's all right.
All right, we're back on the record. We're back on the record tonight, understanding the commission has reached a decision in this matter. Mr. Chairman, who's going to make the motion?
I think, Mr. Sparks.
Mr. Sparks.
Thank you. Would you please read the motion?
I'd be happy to. Regarding Commissioner Sparks' motion, that the findings of fact A1 through A5 and issues of law paragraph 1 were proven as true. And in terms of the decision of the commission, it's the decision that has been determined that the applicant does meet the requirements for an issuance of a real estate license under the provisions of ACA Section 17-42-302. However, this decision is based on the condition that the applicant complete 18 hours of post-license training to be completed within 6 months of his license reinstatement and a probation period of 2 years of active licensure. And the applicant's principal broker be notified of the probationary period for the reasons set forth Herein, and we shall notify the executive director of the commission that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. The same shall apply for any new principal broker the applicant is licensed with during the period of probation. Mr. Parks, have I correctly stated your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Commissioners, you've heard the motion. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
All right, I will note for the record the decision of the commission was unanimous. I will request staff to reduce that decision away. Make sure that the applicant gets a copy of it along with a cover letter that notifies him of his appeal, which I will be able to proceed with that. Commissioners, any other comments that you would like to make before I close the record down?
So Mr. Jackson, just make sure, as we have discussed today, that details are important. Details are important. Congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate y'all.
All right, thank you so much for your offer.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it. Now, you do have my new address.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We just. Those
Okay, great.
Whatever.
That's it.
Yeah, very nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet
I
y'all
appreciate
too.
everything. Mr. Ward? Nice to finally meet you.
Okay,
Yeah.
now we can talk.
And I put a face with the name. Very nice to meet you.
If I got them all, okay?
I got a whole page. Oh, 2 pages. Oh.
Just give me another. Everything, something else.
No, I was just gonna change, so you can check that she's actually, so.
I'm glad you redacted some of those brothers this morning. One of those brothers called me. And I just, this commissioner, I know that too, this guy called me, hey, I know I'm gonna be up and I did this. I said, well, wait a minute. Don't you talk to me. I just want to let you know, they're going to do it again, and don't revoke my license, and da, 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 da. And I said, are you finished? And I just didn't hang up the phone. I mean, I just hated for those calls. I didn't recuse myself this morning because you redacted everything, I didn't know who it was.
Right.
So it could have been Fred Distance, since I didn't have any idea who it was. But that helped me this morning. I kind of like it when you do that. Because Suzette didn't broker down the street from her, and I didn't know if that was broker down the street from me.
Right. Well, and it helps too, if you all receive a consent order and you take a look at it and you say, no, we want to see this in hearing, then there's no danger of you having, been prejudiced in advance by knowing who is.
Yeah, I think it's, Aaron and I decided to cross it, and it's a really good idea, right?
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It helped me with that particular one.
Good.
All right, so now we're going to be going back on our schedule. Maybe you got it.
I'm
Checking. You didn't fall out of chair.
We have items 7, 10, 11, and 12 still to do.
Let's go to 7.
Okay.
What do you think? Ms. Coffee passed out something here, and so let's start with that.
Yes, sir, members of the commission, I know Chairman Morgan asked for me to summarize thoughts of the commission on educational improvement objectives. And honestly, the feedback was just too good to summarize. I wanted you to see all of the comments. Commissioner Sparks and Commissioner Holcomb both submitted suggestions for improvement. And although Commissioner Holmes was a little bit shorter, I think they were both on the same page on a lot of the topics. And so I'm trying to highlight everything that I thought were pertinent suggestions, and we'd like to hear more feedback from you. I'd be happy to go over them with you, but I certainly don't want to speak for Commissioner Sparks if she would like to take it. One of the, seems like one of the principal concerns are that brokers really need to be held more accountable for educating the licensees. I know that.
Do you have Commissioner Walters?
I did not receive.
Okay, I have.
Would you like for us to take a brief break and?
That's true. This could be a good idea to have all information.
Yeah, let's see if I can, let's do that real quick, and let's see if we can find it.
Okay.
Because I have.
If you want to email it to me and I can go print it,
Or Sandy.
or Sandy, either way.
Do you have it in paper form or on email?
Now, don't ask me too many technical questions. I'm just now trying to find this, and that may take until now. So, Mr. Goff, he didn't send it to you, is that right? Because I thought he was sending it to you.
That's correct. I did not receive it. at least in the last 30 minutes, and I'll check my email.
Here's this right here. So. So here's what I've been able to. There was correlation between the ones I had that I didn't see. I kept mine to myself. I looked at that, so I didn't see these, but these issues. And so then I had Bob's. And I think if we were to take the three of them and pull out what's repetitive across the board, I think you'll find that they're all going to say some of the same thing. Let's see if we can find the similarities. Rather than talk about the differences, let's see what all three of them, and then you and I can just chime in between. What do you think of that idea? So let's see what you think of that. Will that work?
Yes, sir, that was just
You
fine.
want us to go on and then come back to this in a minute, give you a little time to pull that together?
Sure, that would be helpful.
Okay, so let's hit the pause button on this. Andrew, if it's all right, we will move on down and let her get Bob's pulled together and then we'll bring it back.
Certainly.
Okay, very good. So let's go then. Let's go ahead and review department reports. What do you think?
Can we take care of item number 10 first?
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Okay, because I have good news. We have offered a position to, at the front desk for licensing admin 2 position. We have offered that, and that position has been accepted by a young woman. Her name is Andrea Yadalara, and she will be
We have
starting.
2 interviews in this building.
We will have 2 interviews.
No, we're not, we're gonna need you all to pick a new name.
So the new girl gets called A2 or something.
We're really excited. She has been working in an admin position for a real estate firm. So she will come in knowing some of the lingo, particularly in property management, which will be really helpful for her. And she is excited and ready to hit the ground running. So next Monday, on September the 20th, we will be fully staffed. So I was very
That's a
happy
big
to
deal, isn't it?
make that announcement, and we are really excited about it. YATAWARA.
Wow.
What a
It's
What
a-
a bar. Got a bar. I get more excited every time I try. But she is delightful. We're really excited to bring her on board. So now if we'd like to go to department reports. That's okay, Andrea? Sure. Okay. So you'll see on the licensing report, as of January 1, we had 15,195 licensees who are either active or inactive. And compared to the same time last year, that is 830 more licensees. You will also notice in the difference column, there is a significant difference in the active column. So between this year, September 1st, last year, September 1st, we have 1,011 more active licensees than the same time last year. On the next page, the total number of persons licensed as of September 1, you will notice that we are continuing on the upward trend. And you will notice that the last time we were above 15,000 licensees was in September, of 2007. We had a high point in 2007, and then decline, and we're back up, almost at that same level.
Ours predicting the number goes down next year.
We tend to trend with the Realtor membership numbers as well, and I'm not sure when we'll see that go back down, but I do think we will see it go back down when housing market inventory or housing inventory comes back up. I think some folks will see less of an opportunity and maybe move on to other careers.
We did see, I didn't put it in your binder, we are still tracking the number of new applications, and that number did slope off in August, and so we're below the number of applications we processed last August. So we will keep you all updated on the applications as well, but we are seeing kind of a downward trend the last 2 months with the number of applications.
Does that happen, is that like in the fall, does that happen seasonally or towards the end of the year, people think to wait until January?
No, traditionally, we do see them start fall off a little bit in the fall, and then they pick way back up in the spring. But the last couple of years, they've remained fairly consistent, so.
So it's impactful.
Yes.
Y'all keep going, we're working on this email for Bob, so just
Okay.
don't let us, slow down.
So, if you all have any questions about the licensing report? Okay, moving on to the investigation report, you'll see the complaint investigations. We have 111 investigations in process for complaints and 54 for applicants, with 20 cases pending the respondent's answer. We did complete 13 cases in the month of August, and you'll see the additional numbers there. I wanted to specify something on the report. We listed consent order in previous months without a real explanation of what that is. Our system, the way it was set up, it was difficult for us to break down consent orders where the investigator recommended a consent order versus whether Andrea had agreed to that, or even if, if it was ready to come to you. So we'll give you more detail. So the number that says consent order pending 10 means that is 10 consent orders that Andrea has said, yes, we're pursuing a consent agreement, and it has not yet been approved by the commissions. So we took care of 6 of those this morning. So, you will see that we have 9 cases where it's dismissal or approval recommended. The investigators worked really hard this month getting cases completed. I have a few in my office because the way the process works is they submit that after they have one of the other investigators proofread it, then it comes to me. I do a review. I may send that back to them with additional questions, or ask them why they made a recommendation one way or another. And then I may make edits, they make those edits, and then I take those to Andrea after everything is ready. So you may see a high number in that recommend dismissal, because there may be cases that are with, where the investigator has recommended that, but it hasn't gone to Andrea yet for her review. Sometimes she has some in her office, sometimes I have some in my office, waiting through that review process. We did dismiss 6 cases in August, and we approved 14 applicants. And our total for the year so far in complaints received is 61, which makes our average 7.6. For October, we have 1 formal hearing scheduled, and that order and notice has been sent to the respondents and the complainants. And we also have 2 applicants who wish to be scheduled for the month of October. Yes, sir.
Under our case dismissal report, Commission,
Yes,
that very last page,
yes,
that is a hot topic right there. Very,
yes.
very involving circumstance. Are you doing that much?
I'm sorry.
So it's the non-football money slash not king color money from the fund. See that explains? Look at the last page.
Yes, this second page.
So, yeah, so you see that? That's a topic we need to take up during our discussion with Tim.
Okay.
Okay, because that is a hot potato.
Nobody wants to give money away.
So that one is, and it's coming to, the complaint period.
Yes, sir, and we have seen, we've had quite a few questions about non-refundable deposits and can I get this back? And if it is a depending on the party, typically what the investigator will tell them is, you know, if the contract is not moving forward, you may need to seek legal counsel regarding that non-refundable deposit. So in this particular case, it was just one of those cases where the buyer did not want to proceed with the contract, but still wanted the non-refundable return.
The contract allows other options. They can do it after the inspection is agreed. You know, and so.
Well, sir, that's just something that, that last one on that non-fundable deposit, that's a hot potato. And something that we probably need on our 415 discussion tomorrow.
Okay.
Because non-refundable should tell you. Okay, it ought to be a clue. You're not getting it back.
Once they provide the market flat, that's it.
Well, but for per month. Because it's another condition in the contract. Seller performance.
Yeah.
But that's creating a true non-refundables is the key. But we'll have a lot of cases. We're gonna have a lot of phone calls. Okay,
Thank you, commissioners.
what else, man?
It sure might work out well that we discuss these 2 topics together. Presenting the September 21 education report. First thing we want to talk about is the upcoming educator retreat. We talked a little bit about in the upcoming travel. Date of the retreat is October 25th and 26th. Registration is currently open, and so far we have about 2/3 of the active instructors who are registered. So sometimes it might be a little bit last minute, but we expect to have a good turnout for the retreat. We're in the process of finalizing the agenda. We, of course, do not want to finalize that agenda without speaking to all of you first, making sure that that we have any of your concerns addressed as we proceed with the agenda. We are planning to have a commissioner roundtable portion. And so you can keep your calendars clear for those days and we'll get times to you in the next week or so. Anything else you would like to address on the agenda? Well, again, we'll be sending it out to you firmly.
Very good, thank you.
The next thing I wanted to present is just, I come from a background in higher education, institutional research, which is, I always thought it's kind of a fancy name for a bean counter. I like to look at the data, and so I'm hoping that I can, in future meetings, I can bring different pieces of data to you about our education programs in order to help you make some data-driven decisions. The one I present today is just basic instructor and school reports, just so you can look at kind of a 5-year history of things like our new applications that we process, course approvals, and as well as course renewals. Everything is pretty steady in new applications, even though we show a 45% increase. That number is kind of small, from 11 to 20 applications processed over the past 5 years. Course approvals are also pretty steady, except for 2018. And that year, there was, I'm not sure what the aberration was in 2018. It may have been that we went to a new computer system. But anyway, that, like I said, that seems to be an outlier that I would count as significant. Renewals also were about the same. They stay, right around 100, with a kind of a jump in 2020, which is a little unusual. I think the 2020 is kind of one of those years that should definitely be an outlier. Currently, we have just shy of 300 continuing education courses that are approved. And they're about evenly split between in-person and distance ed. One of the things that I'm hoping to look for in future reports I can do are some effectiveness measures. Right now, I'm looking at how we can maybe collect some additional data, looking at also some institutional effectiveness measures for I don't think evaluations are always should be a sole reliability feature, because different students have different experiences, and sometimes they're one extreme to the other. And I had someone once tell me that nobody writes energy to thank them for our electricity, but they sure write when they are not happy with their electric bill. So evaluations, while a good measure, shouldn't be the sole measure. And so that's one of the things that I'm hoping to be able to look to bring you in future meetings. And I'll be happy to take any questions. And also, I will say that one of the things I think this would be a nice lead in to these educational improvement measures that the commissioners have provided, and being able to look at how we can get this information to you to be able to use.
To dovetail off of your interim chief, metaphorically speaking, they have been guaranteed, however, a certain amount of state monopoly as by the government, guaranteed a certain amount of profit. We can license these people who are open to the free market. Free market has the right to speak. Now, one of the things that this, and I love, Ms. Goff, how you did this breakdown, but it tells me that you're in a rut. Look at the consistency of almost all the way across the board. It's surprisingly consistent. And is that a good thing or a bad thing? If it's grade, the lunch is the grade for both ends get down. And are we seeing any creativity brought to education? Are we seeing anything that's exciting or different? Are we shaking the can at all? And so I think to monitor, your statement's well taken, is that, hey, Tony, it's just an evaluation of good versus evil, plus versus minus. But we have to have some monitor to start moving the needle. I think just today's conversation, I was to move the needle. So let's take a minute. Anything else on that, Ms. Scott? Anything else to add?
The only other thing I want to say is right now, we're currently not collecting enrollment in courses. And to me, I wonder, and again, this is still might be new, 300 courses in continuing ed too many? Are students taking these courses? The other thing that I'd like to look at is, as far as continuing ed, are licensees taking the same course over and over and over?
Yes.
And should we allow that to happen? Or should we be making sure that they're getting a variety of education?
Absolutely. Right.
There's a special courses that they choose, they will change it up.
So let's take a minute and look across these three. Thank you, Commissioner. Let's look at these three. Ms. Goff, I'll come back to you. I just kind of want to let us read through. Familiarize ourselves with each one. Thank you, Commissioner. And Suzanne, I want you to open the dialogue down there in a minute. Tell us what, commonality you see between these three.
I think all of them say to post pass fail rates.
So
So
that's the,
that's,
so let's keep the score real quick.
okay,
So we've got pass fail basically among all three. Is that correct?
yes.
Now, if you're adamant against any one of these things, then you just won't jump in there. Pass fail. Across the board. All right.
And then the detail or piggyback on that, make sure that the educators know their pass fail rate. I think that's all. I think that's in there, and with that, it's evaluate schools for better instruction, so that kind of goes hand in hand. We know the pass fail rate, and we're communicating that with the educators and trying to coach them into being better. I don't know what that system would look like.
So he has on hers what you got on the top of yours, which is to a confidential review of the class. Notice that it's almost the same. So,
And I think if you don't have a confidential evaluation from the students, then they're gonna be pressured to give a good review. And a lot of times, what I see is the students go to the school that they, like we were saying a minute ago, they always go to class, they always go, and a lot of times it's their company. And so they might feel pressured not to be honest. So if there was a system in place, and what I think I put in mind, just with the license renewal, you either scan it or you fill it out online, what CE you had back then, what education you had, and really the licensee could kind of be responsible for it somewhat themselves. So just tell the commission, tell us what education you attended. Was it, did your broker do it? Did you get it at CE? And then I can tell us get some topics or potentials for, did you have these? Were you hit with this information at some point in the year, where was it good?
the topics are on every single one of these, written in somewhat a little different way, it's just the same things. And that would be my number 3, is to have them encourage. Going topics. Ms. Goff, you said something that we have 335 approved topics.
In continuing education, 297, just shy of 300.
You asked the question, is that too many? Is that too many, or is it the fact that they're being used too few?
Again, we do not have enrollment numbers for all of those courses. I really believe that would tell us a lot.
So you're saying by enrollment numbers, you're saying, hey, Tony, we can bring back to the commission an idea of what the students are actually taking.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's great.
And again, I might defer to Director Alford, but it seems like that might be a question we could ask on the course renewal. Possibly, the number of enrollees would be on the honor system, of course. If it's a higher education course, we can get that data from the Division of Higher Education, but for the private educators, I don't know that they're required to report that anywhere, so it would be an honor system data collection effort.
Well, we could also pull from the database for a given period of time, the number of students that have taken a given class that have then reported it for CE. So if 100 students have taken agency and disclosure with ABC School Real Estate, then we can get that out of our licensing database. So that's kind of a rough way to do that. But we can also ask the instructors in the schools to send us that data.
So, again, I appreciate the dialogue, because we're not ever going to change if we don't start having these discussions, so I appreciate that. Are you opposed, Andrew, to the idea of having a statement that would be on Suvette's license renewal after she sends her CE in, said, we're in process of your CE, we're in processing of your renewal, and we would like for you to complete the following evaluation, so that we may further process through.
Minus that, so that we may further process your renewal bid. I think that's definitely something that we can do. And when we had discussed this pre-COVID, one of the ideas that I had was when the system receives the CE result for a licensee, if we had a job in our database that would automatically email that licensee and say, hey, we just got your CE, we'd love to know how it went. We click this link, take a survey, keep on.
So that we got the further process.
Right.
I think you got that, come on, give me the hook.
I think surveys is the wrong word.
Yeah, so, you know, the-
Because I just say it for myself, if I see the word survey, I just go,
Oh, no, I agree. I
so if
don't-
we can do
yeah.
something different from survey.
so that we can further process your, don't take the survey, not a survey, don't fill out the eval,
Yeah,
it's an indication
yeah, something.
that we're not going to finish processing your license.
And I'm just, again, thinking out loud here, again, going back to my background in higher education, where all of the academic programs in the state have independent evaluation teams. Of course, we don't have that luxury with the money they spend paying for those evaluators, but I think it would be really helpful if we could consider maybe looking at some kind of review teams.
Well, let's look at Mr. Walker's number 6,
Yeah, and,
okay, so look at number 6.
and Suzanne's very last one, and my very last.
Create an educator group to interact with the commission once a quarter or twice a year to talk about issues they are seeing, maybe giving them a voice, helping them and making education better. Almost a task force.
Yeah, and that's just exactly what I was talking about, that's where I think the missing link is.
Yes, I think that's a big part
We
of it.
need to make
It's
them,
two things.
yeah, we've got to incorporate them some more with the commission as far as, just their input. And I mean, we need to make them feel important because they are important. The educators are very important. And they're kind of like out there on the road.
They're an island.
Floating around, and I think we need to bring them in. I was in education for 12 years. Thinking about it, so.
Would it work? Would that work?
Absolutely.
Lynn? Oh,
You know, when we were writing the law for transferring the education program to the commission, we considered creating an education council of sorts. And it ultimately did not make its way into the statute or the rules. But there's nothing that I can see that would prevent us from creating a sort of task force, just to explore current trends in education and issues with education and interface with the commission. And we would certainly be open to that. We would love to have a more cooperative relationship with the educators so that when we approach them with issues that we need to see addressed, we don't get met with a great deal of
one of the
resistance.
brilliance of this, if we could get a group together, would be that they could be our voice factors and give us some separation from us as educators. And let it be that task force that we deliver. Hey, here's what we want to do. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be our voice, it would be our voice with them. And I think it's helpful. Have them help us sell the changes we want to make. Ultimately, they'll make more money. I think it's too cheap. I think they have negotiated to the bottom. And quality has suffered for price. Dual do CE for $22.50. And they're going to the board and they're teaching 180 at Jonesboro at ASU. And they're getting $20 a head.
Or a can green beans.
Huh?
Or a can green beans.
Our Canterbury League.
Bring can do.
And our own line.
Yes.
And the quality of stuff in the road. So I have pass-fail rate, I have companies with evaluation. Got understanding. What else? Task force, number 4. So, Commissioners, would y'all agree to try the task force? Let's let Commissioner Walker, chairman of the task force, set a committee, let him put it together. See if Bob can come up with a task force. What do you think?
Sure.
That'd be a problem?
I don't believe so. I would love for staff to be able to provide some feedback in that selection process.
Do you want to be on that? You want to, what would you like to do?
I'll appoint Melissa.
Okay, that's fine. And so I'm going to appoint Bob, and you're going to appoint Melissa. Put them, now, in the event that Bob himself will not, allow that, because none of us know exactly where he is today, et cetera, then I'll put, Ms. Parker. Okay. All right, so in the event that you can't start, are you all right with that, Ms. Parker? Okay, all right, so we have you to form the petition for the task force. And they would be able to take our notes from here and then bring back some additional stuff. So let's go, I have 4, I'm looking for 2 more. Who's got what? So the 300 topics, surely that we have.
Let me just rephrase that, even though there's 300, there may be some duplicates, but I know there are duplicate topics offered at different schools.
And it could also be overlapping renewal periods as well, so it's a complex,
I think that's one of the first things that educator task force should take up, is to get back to us an idea about that.
And ask you,
Yeah.
we were just saying about, they're taking the same courses over and over, and whenever it's a 7-year later or 10-year person, they need to be looking at a whole new set of tests that they get to take to choose from when the first-time person.
So I think one way that the commission can address this, while also addressing a broader problem, which is that of broker supervision, would be to consider an evergreen required topic, where it's just a given that every year the commission is going to have its own required topic as part of the CE requirements. And just like you approve your expenses every January, you approve a required topic for that year. And the educators are still responsible for deploying that topic, but the commission will have the ability to emphasize what needs attention.
So, Melissa Gross, you mentioned something that, one of the things I've been able to figure out, so, why is there no 1031 classes, no receipt classes? 1031 taxes per student. The reason is because educators don't understand. Why is there more, deeper law concept, contractual law concepts and stuff? It's because they don't want.
Well, they're afraid to give that input.
They're scared to death.
In CE, what we hear is a question to the educator, and it's ask your broker, class. I'm sure yours is the same as you. Like teachers, it's like, well, ask her. So I think the educators are afraid to give it. If they do, if they tell them to write that center, then they're on the hook for it, and that may not be what the broker wants them to do.
Which is a larger systemic problem, is because mine and your answers are probably going to be exactly the same or very close to it. But we have the broker that we both have that doesn't have a clue what that answer is. And when you say ask your broker, you're still leaving the agent out there subject to what's happening. So bad broker training is also across all curriculums. That's the harder one to get, yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna say 2 things, just kind of broad observations, because we just, every year, my department does training, and every year, it's important that we cover a lot of the same topics every year, like FOIA, hearings. You know, they're just topics that we have to cover every year. And it's become, and we've done it probably 5 or 6 years in a row, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find new ways to present old material. Even though it's something that we have to hear all the time, we need to be reminded of all the time. And I think the other issue is that I have to get 12 hours of CLE every year. And I know, I would imagine, and I can't speak for the entire legal profession of Arkansas Bar, but it's burdensome sometimes. If you live in a small town, it's burdensome to go to the annual conference in Hot Spring. It's burdensome to come to Little Rock. If you live in Alma, you want to drive to Fort Smith. I mean, you know what I'm saying, where it's offered. I don't know, there's just some inherent, like you said, there's some systemic issues that you have to overcome every time. And I think sometimes it's just easier to, it's easy to take the easy way out, which is, yes, I've had this course before, I know this topic inside out. But it's just easier to sign up for it and get it out of the way, rather than looking for something that might be broadening or add to a knowledge base. It's just, let's just go ahead and take the easiest thing that's offered and get it out of the way.
That's the sentiment.
You know, rather than it really being education, it's like, this is a requirement I have to meet, blah, 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 I'll just sign up for whatever I can take, you know. And
So Andrea, could we come back to the recovery fund and educate on the fringes, the deeper research for the real estate world, and do that from a commission sponsor? Now, let me tell you how that would be. So there's several good CPA attorneys that teach 1031 tax. If I had a 1031 class, Suzanne, would you come if it was a commission spot? I know, I asked Gary about this once, he said, Tony, we can't charge for that. Well, okay, fine, it's free. Now, I think free cheapens it because they think it's not going to be good if it's free. But that's okay if the speaker's good enough. Can we do that and pay for that?
We can.
See, I think we've got too much money in the recovery fund already. Because I think the capital we're consolidating over $1.74 million sitting in our recovery fund. Well, I think about it.
what if when we did one of our away meetings, if there was some way we could arrange the agenda where at the end of the day, there was a 2-hour CLS? Well,
Here's,
no, you can't do that.
here's the thing. We have offered education before and it was incredibly successful. We did the AREC road shows in 2016. And it was well received. I have no doubt that if we had been able to continue that, we would have seen greater and greater attendance at subsequent road shows. And so that's certainly something that we can pick back up. Where I would encourage caution is offering any education that would meet their annual requirements, because that puts us in competition with the education providers.
Gotcha.
Now, there is a provision in either the law or the rules, I can't find it right this second, that says where courses are unavailable in a certain geographical area, or I think for a certain topic deficiency, the real estate commission can step in.
That's exactly where I'm headed. Is that we could do a topical, but we could make it specific, we could, and it might pull some of these educators to get out of this rut and get into some more creativity. Because what we're hearing is there's no create same old, same old, same old, same old, same old.
Some crazy probably, but. What?
This is a steroid stop in our.
Yeah, probably,
This is-
probably, all the steroids, for me and my friends. So, what if we just do that in the educator retreat? We educate the educators to teach those things. Sure, antitrust contract law, don't write up some margins, all those simple things. 1031, what if we just jam pack them with information and excite them so that they can go and attention? Then it gets out there everywhere, all the time. Because I know, like, when I hear Tim Cruz speak, I take that back right to my office and share what he said, or what he says, you know, it's really good
But Bruce is
information.
not right in the fact that he doesn't mind running way out there on that deal and say what he thinks, and shoot from the hip. He's not afraid, he's just, he is the authority, and he knows it, he just comes to do it.
I get that, but we're so dry for information sometimes.
I know, I mean,
you know?
so that's
what
Tim.
if you just jam pack that educator retreat with that information
That
and let
they're
them,
still gonna be scared, you know what they're scared of?
liability?
They're scared of teaching it to me. Because they know, I know 1031 probably as good as any broker in that part of the world, I probably do more. And they don't know what I know, and I stay up on the rules, because it's so complex, it changes. And they're so afraid of looking stupid up there. And so, I don't know that Sandy has a PhD in law. And so I'm scared that I'm gonna wade in and she's gonna look her like me. So I stay in my lane and I just keep teaching the same old.
Or they get out of their lane because they don't know what they don't know.
And they don't know what they don't know, and now they're out there just doing more harm than good. I mean, we could try it, see?
I mean,
But
that.
that's back to our task force. What if we use our task force to help facilitate that? Hey, what if we brought these in to teach you? Would you then in turn write a class that we would approve that would be some complex, transitional land classes? You see nothing, so the RLI guys have nothing. I mean, you don't have anything that helps, because these brokers and agents out there, they don't get any teaching on anything but just the very vanilla residential world. Well, there it is. Now, y'all may teach some, but you probably have commercial specialists, and they don't even meet with the rest of your club.
Most of the time they do.
They will.
They're very good. They come in.
Oh, I started saying that they have their own seat for themselves.
Parking space. Very well deserved.
You don't know how special they are.
I've been working here almost 13 years, I do know.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know how that is.
I've talked to my fair share.
You don't know who you're talking to.
Well, I think we have a lot of good things to go forward with from here. I'll look forward to working with Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Sparks on a task force, and we're going to take these measures that you mentioned to heart. And
Well, let's all give Melissa a hand and say, well, listen, jumping into this right here, so we're excited about it.
Can we touch on the other side of it for 2 seconds?
Okay, what's that?
With broker, we talked about it for 2 seconds, but is there a way to make brokers be a little more accountable for education, for educating agents?
So there are definitely a few things that we can do. I think from where I sit, the best first step is for the foreseeable future, requiring broker-specific CE every year. When we did broker-specific CE in I believe.
And I think it's absolute, and you don't quit it.
Right.
Stay sane, stop this going back and forth.
Right. The year that we did that, it was so well received. I had never experienced this before. And so I was a little taken aback the first few times it happened. People I did not even know would approach me at realtor meetings or convention, and they would say, I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate the broker CD that you all required this year. It was amazing. I learned so much. And that happened so frequently. We got wonderful phone calls about it, emails. I mean, the response was overwhelmingly positive. And so that tells us that it was definitely working. And I think we need that. And I think, and I do fully admit that we have issues to address with education, but we also have so many issues to address with brokers who are brokers that are not supervising. They're not doing it right themselves to begin with, so they are certainly not training their agents and supervising their agents in how to do it correctly. And that is an issue that I see every single day, and it can frankly be astounding at just how uninformed they are.
I think I shared with people in a previous meeting, but just to make sure, I had a broker tell me to my face, we don't know the rules and we don't know the laws, we're just over there slinging real estate. And it's a large company. It's concerning. That's very concerning.
I agree.
Did that person know that you're a commissioner? I'm just asking, I mean, don't
He
be
knows it now, what you read. Okay, so,
Officer, I've been speeding everywhere I go. I've been driving.
I don't have a bat.
Yeah.
Sandy, we gotta get that back to her.
I'm going every bit of that. I want you to-
I
Okay, anything else in our business today?
Not that I can think of.
Congratulations. If not, thank you all very much.
Yes.
Thank you all very, very much, for the homework. Ms. Goff, thank you.